Scooby doo 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 ba doo doo dee dee ba doo 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 boo beep boo. Scooby doo 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 boo doo 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 boo ba doo 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 boo doo doo. Whoa! Amber is the color of the Cat Dad show. Whoa! Cat dads are so fun, you know. What up, boys? Turn your freaking top chats to live chats now. Do it. Do it. Wait, actually, hold on one second. Oh. Forgot to eject my hard drives. Stand by. Stand by. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Stand by. How's everybody doing? Lori, I'm sorry to hear about that news. I hope that you get well soon. I hope that the consultation on Monday is good. But that's some cuck shit. No Knitwitches deserve this bullshit. All Knitwitches deserve straight backs. And backs that aren't fucking with them, you know? That's the Knitwitch promise. That's what we all deserve. Alright, we're back. Episode 311. Like, amber is the color of our energy, right, boys? How's it going? How's everybody's day? How was your Tuesday off? I want to say that Aunt Deb is trying her hardest and deserves love. Yeah, true. We are hard on Aunt Deb, but that's because we want the best for her. It's like, fuck that bitch. Exactly. Exactly, Aunt Deb. We do not care. We don't care what your life predicament is. You side with the feds, you lose. Every time. Right, feds? You aren't even real, you dirty little feds. That's the big secret, boys. That's what they never wanted us to conclude. They aren't real. And they're not. The FBI, fake. CIA, fake. They're not a real agency. All they do is fuck with us. That's it. They're a bunch of freeloading Masons. Classic, right? Anyway, okay. We're going to go feed the cats. We're going to get this frickin' party started. We're going to have a blasteroni tonight.
Gather round, boys and girls, while I tell you the ghost story of what's in the demon vein.
All right, BRB, going to go feed kitties.
Some say he's now in the FBI, and they know him as Frank and Paul. Let's just say you're lucky you weren't there the day they stuck that heart back in his chest and Robert Mueller.
Yeah, Doc's name's forever, just for Knitwitches. No one else has this.
Working in the FBI lab late one night when my eyes beheld such a
BRB.
sight. My monster paw from his slab began to rise, and suddenly, to my surprise, he did the monster mash. It was a graveyard smash. FBI paid him in cash. He didn't even pay for his past.
Is that true, Paul? Mr. Wysocki?
From the laboratory in Quantico East to the master bedroom where the Habsburgs feast. Clan ghosts all came from their humble abodes to get a free ride on Paul's little chode. They did the monster smash. It was a graveyard smash. Someone lost their keys in Paul's ass. They did the monster mash.
That's fucked up.
The feds were having a lot of fun. But Diddy's white party had just begun. The guests included Peter Thiel, Cash Patel, and Paul his son. The bodies were rotting, so they're all digging the ground. Paul complaining about his tight-fitting gown. FBI made sure that nobody survived. I didn't even believe the crisis actor until the homie cried. They played the monster mash. It was a graveyard smash. It caught on in a flash. They paid Paul in cash. Someone lost keys in his ass. Out from his coffin, Paul's voice did ring. Seems he was troubled by just one thing. Opened his lid and shook his fist, and he said, "What happened to my Lebensborn twist? It's now the real monster mash. And it's a graveyard smash. It's caught in a flash. It's now the monster mash."
Fuck you, Paul.
Now everything's cool, Paul.
We're gonna get you, Paul.
Monster Mash is the hit of the land for you. The living this smash was meant to. When you get to my door, tell them FBI sent you. Then you can monster mash and do the graveyard smash. You catch on in a flash. Then you can monster mash.
Paul, I hope somebody goes to the grocery store you're about to shop in and touches all the produce before you buy it.
Holy Paul, head on my chest. Just cry into my shoulders, Paul.
Hey, yo, what up?
Yo, I hate this bitch.
Nah, you don't gotta be like that.
Nah, I'm serious though.
Everybody got aunts that say stuff that they don't mean.
Yeah, but did your aunt do 9/11?
Caught her in bed with the feds, all mumbling embarrassed, like, whoa, you and Paul shouldn't be cuddling before marriage. Aunt Deborah, don't you know that's how you catch a disease? How dare this woman never practice what she preached? First to throw stones and first to have a glass in reach. It's like she's trying to find herself inside every shattered piece. More plastic surgery ate your real face. Brazilian booty lift, little Debbie, that cake ain't your real cake. You stupid bitch, couldn't even be bothered to even bless me with cousins. Husband left like the lasagna you left in the oven. We all have that one aunt that we all avoid. Always got you clothes when you really just wanted toys. Are you ready, Debbie, Debbie, Debbie?
Downer.
She'll come bring a negativity to every town. Fuck your casseroles. Only sheep eat that shepherd's pie. Always an asshole. Probably cause
Aunt
you're
Deb
dead
fucking up
inside.
casserole.
Waiting for God and wonder why life's dark and scary. Celebrating Valentine's Day alone should be called
February.
It's ironic that my aunt acts just like an insect, ready to fuck up any recipe that piques her Pinterest. Fall from the moon, and then I'll be here to add salt to the wound. She be yelling, get in the car, while I was into some cartoons. Her handler left when she bit more than the hand that fed. Aunt Dead, not a beautiful flower, she a planted fed. Time to turn that face Santa red. She knows like a man that did. This Westworld robot probably couldn't even plan ahead. I am on edge, cause my own family backstabbing. But her paper bag face prepared me for future black bag and won't even act sad. Probably blame me for the fact that happened. I should have just let her get back to the classics of Imagine Dragons. I can't even believe I thought Aunt Deb was a decent lady. FBI
she ain't.
Fighting over who gets to keep the baby. Depart from me. You really don't know me, ma'am. I bet Paul's the only one who subscribes to Deb's lonely OnlyFans. Type of heaven to camp. She tried to get in but can't. No forgiveness. Everybody give a hand for miss. I don't give a damn. When she talks, it's like my mind is getting a cramp. But I'm not even kidding when I'm admitting that they 9/11 my aunt.
Deb, I hope you get stuck on your current
I'm not even
Sudoku.
taking my shoes off when I walk in that shit.
All right, boys, welcome to the frickin' show. How's everyone doing? Yeah, Bunny, you're not seeing anyone else getting these doxed names the way we are. It's just a special feature for us. I love that. I think that's great. Thank you for rolling this out with us, Paul. Are we that special? Yeah, we are that special. Honestly, I'm starting to really think it. I think we might be that special. I think they really don't like us. Maybe it's because we are onto them. Because we know that fucking FBI and the CIA aren't real. They're fake. They're not real organizations. They don't actually do anything. They're just actors. I'm deleting the comment so he doesn't see what? Oh, that's why. Oh, okay, never mind. I understand. Yeah, we just so happened to be first, I guess. Complete coincidence. Now he wants to read chat. Dude, I mean, I do be reading chat. Sometimes I can't read like everything, you know. Well, I try. I can't read everything out loud, I mean. I do try and read everything, but often, you know, we be yapping. It's hard for me to, if I'm like yapping, blabbing, it's hard for me to keep up with the comments because the second that I look away, it's me walking through into a new room and I go, what the fuck was I saying? You know what I mean? We get better every day, right? We're striving for excellence. We'll never get there. All right, boys, dude, I literally thought this was AI. Do you remember when Mike Huckabee was slapping the bass? Remember the old days of Mike Huckabee slapping the bass?
To the west. In the Vedic teachings, Akasha is space itself, the space that the other elements fill, which exists.
We can check that out later. No, where's the old one? What was it from? His, like, campaign? Yeah, here we go.
He took the top string off. Look, it's really nice. Nice to meet you.
Slapping the bass, Mike Huckabee. Come on, Mike. Come on, Theodore. Slap, slap, slapping the bass, boys. Slappa, 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 slappa on the bass. My name is Mike Huckabee and I slap on the bass. I play with 16-year-olds. Check it out, I play in my son's band. I love playing in my band with my son. It's really fun. I'm a cool guy, I'm just a politician, but I'm also a really cool dad. Here we go! Yeehaw, Mike! Slapper, slapper, slapper the bass. Do-do-boo-ba-doo-ba-doo-doo. My name is Mike Huckabee, and I kinda lost time there. It's okay because this is just a talent show at my son's high school. Slapping the bass. Let's go. Fuck Stefan Lassard. That's Dave Matthews, bass player. Dave, you should get Mike Huckabee. This dude rips in his son's band. It's fucking awesome. But dude, check this out. This, literally, I was like, this is so funny. AI, this is what AI is for. Because, you know, I've been like, what the fuck is Sora for, right? What reasonable thing would Sora 2 ever be used for, right? What the hell could it ever be used for that's normal and not either fake porn of some sort or something to cause mass psychosis? You know, what the fuck could they be using it for? But I saw this and I was like, damn, Sora 2 is good. This is so silly. This never needed to be made with Sora. It's real. This is real. Get ready. Slap a dub bass. He's so bad. He's terrible. Dude, he really fell off. He must not be playing in his son's band that frequently anymore. Cucks in America, that is the CIA. Farty tone, right? Wait. Oh, I forgot. This isn't even the best part. It's the lyrics. Wait.
Torah scrolls keep on turning.
Here, I'll clap like Israelis.
Just 2 days and we are through. Then we start from the beginning. Hashem's holy words begin anew. We all have come to help Hatzalah, and we want to help it thrive. Based right here in God's holy city. Throughout this land, it's saving lives. Sweet home Yerushalayim, where God's words ring so true.
This has to stop.
Sweet home Yerushalayim, Lord, I'm coming home to you.
Yeah!
Friends,
Let's
friends,
go!
Jewish.
Dude, Noel, I'm not kidding. This is real. It is real. It's real, like Israel.
The United Nations call us crooks. But Donald Trump claims it's all Israel. Just as it says in all the holy books. Yeah!
Yeehaw!
Sweet home Yerushalayim,
This is so good, dude.
where God's words ring so true. Sweet home Yerushalayim, Lord, I'm coming home to you.
Dude, is Mike Huckabee Jewish? I'm so confused. Like, everyone, Larry, they don't even care anymore. They're just like, we're all Israeli. We all fuck with Israel. That's it. That's it. They all just fuck with Israel. They don't care. Mike Huckabee is literally came out of base retirement for Israel? What the fuck? He's not up to speed, boys. Jesus Christ. This is like watching fucking, who's that corpse that's doing his show in Las Vegas? That everyone's like, dude, he must owe the mob a lot of fucking money. Frankie Valli? Dude, this is this is Mike Huckabee's Frankie Valli fucking corpse show. Yeah, isn't this a copyright violation? Well, they killed everyone in Leonard Skinner, so killed him in a plane crash, right? Bro, this is halfway.
Many say we have no capital.
Bro, who put these lyrics together?
Though we're here for 3,000 years.
Were ya?
But Yerushalayim is eternal. Where the U.S. Embassy appears. Everybody, sweet home Yerushalayim. Come on, where God's words ring so true. I can't hear you. Sweet home Yerushalayim.
What happened to the rest of the band?
I can't hear you guys. Let's do this again. Let's hear it, guys.
Holy fuck! Hold on. If I had to hear it once, we all have to hear it twice. Dude, this is the wackest band ever. What a Balev.
I can't hear you. Sweet home Yerushalayim. Let's let them do it again. Are you ready?
What is Yerushalayim? Is that Jerusalem?
I can't hear you guys. Let's do this again.
Guys, this is spiritually Israeli, right? This is so funny.
Coming home to you. Let's hear it, guys. Play us.
Woo! All right, now we're cooking. Let's go. Dude, this guy has not played a single note on time. I don't think the whole song. He's just steamrolling it the Israeli way.
Yeah, the ambassadors and the comedians. Sweet home.
What comedians? Wait, Mike Huckabee, Huckabee pimp. Mike Huckabee's the ambassador to Israel?
Yerushalayim. Thank you, guys.
Bro, that fucking rocked, right? That was incredible. Yeah, dude, when I saw that, I was like, this is fake. This isn't real. This can't be real. Nope. Real. Oh, God. No, I'm not going to fall for the trap. The fittest fed earther trap. Talking about Candace Owens. Sweet home Jerusalem. All right, what's this one about?
House of the cell.
Ah!
The mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. Please do not scroll. Wait, I have to explain something. I figured out why the one thing that every single human being remembers from school, across every country, every fucking generation it seems, is that the mitochondria is the powerhouse
Yeah, why do I know that?
of the cell. That's it. That's the line. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. Why? Why that one? Because it's not a science fact, it is code. The only piece of truth they ever let through the fucking public education system. The mitochondria takes raw energy and turns it into life force. The converter, the transmuter, the literal alchemist in the body, right? And what are we? But the same thing on a planetary scale. We are the mitochondria of Earth. We are the engines inside the body of Gaia. We take energy, light, sound, emotion, consciousness, and we transform that into power the whole organism can use. We are the powerhouses of this cell named Earth.
Yeah.
And here's the kicker. Mitochondria wasn't born inside the cell, they arrived. Separate beings that merged through symbiosis. Foreign energy fused with matter. Sound familiar? That's us. Divine consciousness merged with flesh. Spirit fused with carbon to keep the system alive.
Nice, dude. We got 33 on YouTube. What up, Masons?
Why every single one of us remembers that sentence. Because it is the one phrase that actually names what we are. But look what's happened. The system's gone toxic. The powerhouses are burning dirty fuel. Fear, greed, war, apathy, distraction. And the whole organism is overheating. This is spiritual warfare on a cellular level, guys. The dark energy feeds on the byproduct of that decay. What's happening?
Black Death, who's Tom Ridge? Homeland Security is also a joke. Fuck you, Tom Ridge. Is that your Paul?
Right now,
Paul
the chaos, the
Weisopel?
floods, the madness, the war, the genocides. It's not random. It's mitophagy. It's cellular renewal. The dying mitochondria is being broken down, so new high-frequency ones, us, the awakened ones, can take over the grid. This is the shift in human consciousness they tried to bury. This is the moment that divine mitochondria remember who they are. They've had us believe.
Mr. Bunny said time to delete the whole internet.
Believing that we are powerless, when in reality, we are the power source. Now it makes perfect sense why that single sentence echoed through every classroom, every mind. The mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. The mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. Because your soul knew. Your soul remembered. It's been sitting there your whole life, humming under your skin, waiting for you to decode it. You are the powerhouse of creation. You are the converter of source into life. And the old energy knows it's losing its power. That is why the world feels like it is on fire right now. Because the new grid is coming online, baby! And the
Everybody knows, dude. Let's go.
divine mitochondria are waking up, and there is no going back. The mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell, baby! The mitochondria is the
Let's fucking go, dude. Yeah, that's all I know from high school. Mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. Oh my god, dude. Did you guys see? Look at Taylor Swift's necklace that she's selling for $40. Do you guys see anything? Now, I think it'd be... Sure, is it a little hysterical to be like... Are those SS bolts? But I don't think so, actually, because no designer ever would let this fly, dude. Ever. Taylor Swift is fully coming out as a Nazi, boys. I'm telling you, this whole album is literally to make everyone hate her so that she can be like, I don't like you guys, and then do a hard shift to the right. This was always her destiny. This is the Mr. Beast logo. Dude, this is a choice. There's not a single designer in the world who would do this and be like, yeah, it's good. There's like, dude, even in video editing, like if you ever have anything that resembles anything that would be like Nazi era shit, or like what are some of the other things? I mean, it's mostly Nazi shit that you got to make sure you're not putting in anywhere. But anyone who designs anything would never fuck with this. Taylor Swift be fucking with all these weird white Supremos, and now she releases this shit? Anyway, people been talking about it, and yeah, dude, she a straight up Nazi. And then she looks exactly like Xena LaFay, the occult witch. What? What's going on here? What the fuck's going on with Taylor Swift?
Designers vet for hate symbols like all the time.
All the time.
If we see like an inkling that your design could be construed as a hate symbol, SS bolts, swastikas, things of this nature, designers bring it up like every day, all the time. And I think there's starting to become a lot of work out there that's showing people either aren't listening to designers, they don't care that those symbols are hateful, or their ignorance is truly that
No, guys, there's literally the fourth option, which is it's intentional. It's literally intentional. They are Nazis. I know it's crazy, but they are. They are. The Nazis didn't lose. Their kids now run everything. Taylor Swift is a product of this. She's a Nazi. She's a Nazi. She's a fucking Nazi. Raised by Nazis. Is a Nazi. These people are not stupid. They're cucks, but they're not stupid.
And all of those.
I mean, they are stupid, but you know what I mean? They're doing this shit because they think we're stupid.
problems. All of them are problems. So if you see it, if you...
Logan Paul's breath mint company has it. Oh, and dude, I mean, look, and then look at this. I almost wrote Charlie Cook. No, where's the fucking... This shit, well, there's not a close-up, but this fucking thing literally has a fucking lightning bolt right here. Taylor Swift is aligning herself with fucking Turning Point USA at the very least.
See them. Hate symbols. Someone let it get
Tadolf Swiftler
through, and you should treat it like that. People know, and they don't do anything anyway. We address it often in design. Your friendly reminder that designers vet...
I watched 40 Jake Paul AI videos in a row, and now Jake Paul is leaning into it, and now he's like putting nails on and doing weird fucking videos from his main channel. Have you seen this? It's actually pretty funny. It's the first time Jake Paul's actually been funny.
AI. No, I can't. It hurts.
It hurts. What are you doing with your nail?
Ah, it's gonna fucking break. I don't want to break a nail, bitch. Bro.
It's getting to death.
Is that a fucking timer? Can you get it for me, bitch? Ooh. Ooh. Drinks up, bro. Okay. Drink Celsius. Attempting to open a Celsius with...
We're fucking doomed, bro. We're so doomed. What the fuck is going on with these, right?
Why does this have this line going down from top right to bottom left? Why does the other jet trail not have that? What?
So I've seen a streak like this that is dark, and I've seen them flying a white contrail or chemtrail on top of it, and it felt like it was to cover it up. But the black line was definitely there first when I saw it, and then the white line was being put on top of it to block it.
Is this a red?
Like, is this some weird light thing? Like a satellite blocking the sunlight or something? Or who the fuck knows? Or is this them dropping some chemical that's dark and then covering it up with their fucking cuck fake clouds?
Glitch. Okay, why does this have this line going down from top right?
Yeah, symbolism matters. It's for sure on purpose. And that's the other thing too, is these motherfuckers be doing like Taylor Swift numerology on everything, and they're like, oh, she's telling us secrets, blah blah blah. And then this is like slapping you in the face. It's like the most common dog whistle, and they're like, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. Dude, if anyone ever if we accidentally had a swastika in one of the shirts in the Knitwitch general store, and someone was like, you have a SS lightning bolt on your shirt or a swastika on your shirt, I'd go, what the fuck? And immediately take it down. She has said nothing. I'd be like, whoa, let's fix that. Big problem. Taylor Swift's like, no, it is a Nazi thing. I'm a Nazi. Dude. These there's a couple Carol Carol content creators, and they got me cracking up.
This is Carol. I'm a fibromyalgia warrior. No, I do not give Facebook permission to use my photos. This is Carol. Labubu's are the devil. My grandson Sean is a spina bifida warrior. Be blessed.
This is my favorite Carol though.
I am ill as a hornet. I've been piddling at Walmart all morning and I came home to find 14 messages on my answering machine telling me that I had been in the liberal media. CNN put me in their morning broadcast. I do not give any CNN correspondents permission to use my face for any further broadcasts. I do not know how they got access to my videos. I am going to Verizon to see how they hacked me. I don't want no liberals messing around in my Firefox or my Hotmail or my patient portal. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I do not watch CNN or anything Democratic. Thank you. This is Carol. I'm not an AI. I am not. This is really me on my page. Thank you. Be blessed. This is Carol.
This is Carol.
This is Carol. I am ill as a hornet. I've been piddling at Walmart.
Why is this shit so funny?
I just feel like I need to set out a PSA. Hello.
Okay, so my
This is Carol. I go to Living Water Baptist Church, and I'm just giving you a reminder, my friends, to ask your waitress for her prayer request at Sunday lunch. Thank you. This is Carol. I'm a fibromyalgia warrior and a blessed Mimi. Be blessed.
Okay. All right, dude. This is Slurmit.
It's October 13th here in... hello everybody, Slurmit is here. It is October 13th here in downtown Portland, and I need to show you something special. Look at all these amazing frogs we have here tonight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 frogs, 6 including myself, and a beautiful pink frog over there. We've got 7 frogs. This is the most frogs we've ever had down here in the downtown Portland ice facility. This is just amazing. Anyways, just wanted to share this wonderful moment with all of you. This is Frog Central down here, and Slurmit signing off. Hello everybody, Slurmit is...
This is Slurmit signing off.
Churches collaborating. Why do we have... how come we don't see churches collaborating?
Yeah.
Why do we have 5 blocks on one church, but those churches are not coming together? It's because these churches are ran by Masons, wardens for the devil. You understand? The majority of these pastors, these deacons, they're Masons. You understand? How we got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 churches on the
Taylor Swift's ex, Calvin Harris, liked to tweet about how she doesn't cast black people in her videos. Dude, I mean, Nazis love her. They love her. What does that say?
Radius, 10 block radius. We got to on every block or every 2 or 3 blocks there's a church. How is it that these pastors and these deacons aren't bringing their congregations together? It's because they're wardens for the devil. They're keeping us divided. And everybody that goes to these churches, their households are divided as well. You understand? I love you in Jesus Christ, man. Peace.
Yeah, dude, they are all just a bunch of fucking Masons. All of them. Bro, this fucking picture of Trump was so funny. But, dude, this is a amazing point. Look at this.
As a photographer, I want to weigh in on this photo because there's something here that's very interesting and not obvious, but also obvious at the same time. When you look at the photo, where do your eyes go first? Is it not the ear? I mean, there's a lot going on, but your eyes go to the ear, especially as a photographer. The rule of nines in a grid, the ear is right where.
Yeah, I don't know why his name is Slurmit, because that's what I thought too. I was like, he's the Kermit of slurs?
Should be in the rule of nines. I'm not going to get into it. You can Google that. But they're saying something to us. It's so obvious and so subtle at the same time. Absolutely genius. They knew exactly what they were doing. That ear is pristine. If he were truly shot in that ear, wouldn't we see some sort of scarring, deformity, something?
You think?
Mm-hmm. I see you, Time. I see you. As a photographer, I want to weigh in on this photo.
Bro looks like his head is a pillow stuffed into a suit.
Because there's something here that's very interesting and not so obvious at the same time. When you look at the photo...
Oh my god, camel throat. Yuck, dude. Oh no. It is a camel throat. Oh my god.
Where do your eyes go first? Is it not the ear? I mean, there's a lot going on, but your eyes go to the ear, especially as a photographer. The rule of nines in a grid, the ear is right where it should be in the rule of nines. I'm not going to get into it. You can Google that. But they're saying something to us. It's so obvious and so subtle at the same time. Absolutely genius. They knew exactly what they were doing. That ear is pristine. If he were truly shot in that ear, wouldn't we see some sort of scarring, deformity?
Dude, if that shooting was real, we would literally never have ever heard the end of it. Ever. We would hear about that story every time he's in front of a microphone. Think about that. He survived a shooting. He dodged a bullet. And you don't think this guy's going to run his mouth about it? No, because it's fake. That's the only thing. That's the only thing that makes sense about why he hasn't been running his mouth about it. It's because he knows it's fake. Dude, imagine if it was real. He would never shut the fuck up.
Something. Mm-hmm. I see you, Time. I see you. As a photographer.
What is this?
Hacker Cyber Islam. Fuck Netanyahu and Trump. Turkish hacker Cyber Islam was here. Telegram-channel Cyber Islam. Free Palestine.
Ah!
Free Palestine. Free Palestine.
That's awesome.
Hacked by Mutter Long, live Free Palestine. Hacked by Mutter. Hacked by Cyber Islam. Fuck Netanyahu and Trump. Turkish hacker Cyber Islam was here. Telegram-channel Cyber Islam. Hacked by Mutter Long, live Free Palestine. Hacked by Mutter. Hacked by Cyber Islam. Fuck Netanyahu and Trump. Turkish hacker Cyber Islam is here. Telegram-channel Cyber Islam. Hacked by Mutter Long, live Free Palestine. Hacked by Mutter. Hacked by Cyber Islam.
Hacked.
Fuck Netanyahu
Y'all got
and
hacked,
Trump.
nerds.
Turkish hacker Cyber Islam is here.
That rules. Alright, what's Maria's alien talking about?
Is like just didn't text back.
Wait, the video starts. One day they just didn't text back. I started watching this because I was like, oh my god, this has to be about Paul.
Oh, it's happening again. Living in a world where everyone is allergic to intimacy is like breathing in poison.
Right, Paul?
But trying to separate the poison from the oxygen in every breath. You stumble across lost souls like explosives in a minefield, each one more tender and temperamental than the one before. How easy it is to lose hope when humans choose fantasy and isolation over nuance and human connection.
Right, Paul?
No one taught them how to perfectly love an imperfect person. They chose AI chatbots over staring into the eyes of another, because if they looked too deeply, they'd be terrified by the startling jolt of their own reflection.
Right, Paul?
So what do? Well, you keep walking through minefields until the explosions remind you of making popcorn. The iridescent glow of hypocritical humanness begins to tickle you. The people who complain of loneliness never invest in connection. And as bombs go off beside you, you laugh. A world of mortal humans pretending to have all the time in the universe. Waiting until their life force decays and their teeth rot to call on the soul of another. It's as if death itself had to swipe left on them for the invasive fantasy world they live in to crumble. For their arms to open and hearts to explode. The realization, my own vulnerable incompetence cost me an entire lifetime. My desire to wait for the illusion of perfection only cost me death. And there you were, dancing through a minefield, laughing in the darkness while I stared at you from my phone, and convinced myself the love I felt for you was miles away, when all I had to do was call.
I've tried that. I've literally called Paul. I've texted him. I talk about him every night. I know he wants to hang out. Otherwise, why wouldn't you just be like, leave me alone, right? It's clear he wants to. It's clear he knows who I am. He didn't go, who is this? You know? Boys, if I sent Paul, because, you know, I have his address. I've got his phone number. I've got his address. If I sent Paul one of our merch shirts, which should it be? I don't think it should be the Paul shirt. I think it should be either they 9/11 the sky. Honestly, I think it should just be if it flies, it spies. I think it's the most fun. You know, he could wear it around his friends and they wouldn't know that it's a Cat Dad merch shirt. So I was thinking about just sending this shirt to Paul. Like the stream, Paul. Don't be a fed for once. Yeah, boys. Like the stream if you want to. Send him the 9/11 one. Yeah, he's got to keep tabs on me because he's low-key. I think he's high-key obsessed. I think it's pretty obvious. It's more stimulating for him for us to be his secret obsession. He thinks about us every night. That's true. Yeah. So anyway, I think I'm going to send Paul... What do you think? I mean, he's a Sasquatch. Should I send him like a 4X as a joke? I'll send him a 3X. No, what do you think Paul is? A large? An X? It's probably safe to say XL, right? I don't want it to be too big, though. I want it to look nice on him. What do you guys think? He's really tall. Right? Yeah, see, Paul is 6'3". You know what I mean? Paul wears size 34 pants. Hell yeah. You think he needs a 2X? A 3X and a sturdy pair of jeans. XL? Fuck. XL or 2X? I want him to look tight and right in it, you know? One size fits Paul. Sending a Paul a fucking t-shirt is so funny. Yeah, I should get him a 3X so he can wear it to bed. Oh. Send him a double XL, some thick stonewash jeans, and some starch. You guys think 2X then? Split the difference? 1X? Fuck. He's 6'3" and the large is just a little big on me. I'm 6'3" and the large is just a little big on me. Yeah, I feel like an XL might be good. I'm 6 foot and I'm wearing the large. I guess 6'3". Most 6'3" guys would be 200 plus, but Paul's 174 pounds. No, I do have his address. I have his phone number. Here, you want to hear? You want to hear how I know I have his phone number?
Paul Weisapple is not available. At the tone, please record your...
That's him. That's me calling his phone number and getting his voicemail, and this is what it sounds like.
Paul Weisapple is not available.
And then I texted him last weekend. Look. This is that phone number. So I left him a voicemail that night that I called him. I called him on stream, and we got his phone number. I called him on 9/11. Dude, isn't that amazing? We called him on 9/11 and confirmed his phone number. But yeah, I have his address. I know where he lives.
Funniest thing
it's in the American West. I think it's what is it? Mesquite, Nevada.
History real quick before the FBI and Palantir drone. All right, Nate. Boys, I have to tell you the funniest thing in history real quick before the FBI and Palantir drone strikes me. My buddy Paul literally has red messages turned on. He has red messages turned on. He has it turned on right now. It's so funny, dude. He's such a boomer. Oh my god. I love you, Paul. Come on the stream. Stop being weird. This... Bro, I was cackling and crying to myself on the bus alone. This is so funny to me. Yes, this Paul has red messages turned on. He's such a fucking boomer. This little Paul down here, that little Paul, he has red messages turned on. Our Paul, our little guy, our friend has red messages turned on.
Dude, those notifications are coming from Instagram, and I don't know how to turn them off. I don't know why they won't shut the fuck up.
That just humanizes him so much. Okay, I gotta get back on the bus.
It's like literally anytime someone likes a video or comments or anything, it's never happened before until stream on Tuesday. Luckily, like an hour before stream is when I figured out. That it was Instagram, because all day today I was like, what the fuck? What is that noise? I couldn't figure it out. But it's Instagram.
Paul, this can be like our Fievel moment. Look, right now, I'm looking at the moon. It's like the moment when I saw that you read my text, and I was like, right now, Paul's thinking about me, and I'm thinking about him. Connection. We opened a portal. Anyway, Paul, go look at the moon right now. Somewhere out there, it's just... Oh, sorry, hold on. It's just me and my friend Paul. Anyway, love you, Paul. Text me back. Boys, I have...
How old is Paul? I think he was born in like 1969 or something. Or was he born in the 70s? 1968. How old does that make him? "56 years old," or 57 years old. Paul's about 60. He's such a boomer. That's why he's so bad at everything. We love you, Paul. You're going to get a new shirt pretty soon, buddy. And if any of the Knitwitches want a frickin' Knitwitch General Store shirt, there's the link. Okay, dude, I had an epiphany last night. I was like, dude, the FBI just totally isn't real. I mean, think about all of this shit, right? Everything ends with, it's like, all of these false flags, these big televised things that are meant to scare us, immediately turned over to the FBI, and then we basically never hear about it again. They're like, we got it. We get one big info dump that's totally fucked. It's always fucked, just like the Tyler Robinson shit, just like the Annunciation shooter. And these are just the ones from this year. Like, no, these are just the ones from the last couple months. I forgot about all the other ones. Did Luigi Mangione happen this year? Was that this year? No, right? That feels like yesterday and a billion years ago. Anyway, but every time, dude, they drop the fucking ball. I mean, remember when, dude, do you remember when they knocked over the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Philly or wherever the fuck it is? Or was it Baltimore? Where is it? I forget. But they crash a fucking cruise ship into it or whatever, a cargo ship, and the FBI takes it over. We never hear about it. They crashed a bridge, dude, and they don't give a fuck. Like, they're so bad. I'm like, they're always involved. All they do is cover shit up. I don't even think that they actually do any real kind of, like, police work at all. It's all propaganda that we're told. Right? Am I crazy here? I don't think so, bro.
I'm not convinced that the FBI is really capable of doing anything. I don't think that they're an actual police force. I don't think that they do any investigative work. I don't think that they actually arrest anyone. I don't think that they actually look into any terrorists. I don't think that they do anything, and I don't think that they actually really exist. I think that they're a front. I think that
it was December of 2024, so less than a year still. That's crazy, bro.
That they're a bunch of fucking actors. I don't think that they've ever done anything except for drop the fucking ball. Name one time the FBI has done anything. Name one time. I'm waiting. Does anyone know any actual people who work for the FBI? Because I've been talking about this buffoon for over like 2 years at this point. And besides him just trying to ruin my life, because I think that's what they actually do. I think that they are actors. They go in front of the Pulse nightclub shooting and they're like, don't worry, guys, we figured it all out. Nothing to see here. But the secret is that they did it. Just like Sandy Hook, just like Oklahoma City, just like 9/11. It's so interesting, right? That the people who are investigating the thing that happened actually did it. So they don't have to do any investigative work. They didn't stop 9/11. What the fuck have they done? I'm begging for an FBI agent, even Paul, to contact me. I would love that. Please, tell me this is wrong. Tell me I'm not right. Someone call me, and don't just try and ruin my life. I want you to directly communicate with me. Paul has my number. I know this for a fact. I've texted with him and he left me on red. I've called him and left him a voicemail. He won't call me back. He knows who I am. I want to talk to him. He's an FBI agent, right? I should be able to have a fucking talk with him. What is so complicated about this, right? I should be able to just call his office, but I can't find his number. And anytime I call the FBI, no one ever answers. No one ever calls me back. I want...
Every time I call the FBI, dude, Alev swears that he got someone on the phone once. I've never. I swear to God, they're fucking ducking me. I call pretty regularly.
The FBI to contact me. Please. What do I have to do for the FBI to contact me? You know what I mean? But I don't want to have to do anything like what Paul did, well, what Timothy did when he was Timothy, you know? I just want a phone call, but I'm convinced they're not real. Prove to me that anyone at the FBI is real. Come on, call me. Investigate me. Do something. Anyway, boys.
Dude, I will literally call in the middle of the afternoon while I'm working and just see if I can get through. I like know the fucking number codes and everything, that what you got to hit to get through. I never get anything. Dude, I've literally because you go through the things and it's like, I think the first thing is like, oh, do you need to leave a tip? Then the next thing is media, and I tried that once, but I was like, there's no way anyone's answering the phone for this media line. This is just like to fucking get you to buzz off, you know? Then it's like, if you're interested in applying, then it's like, if you're law enforcement, hit this number. I've called every fucking number. I don't care. And none of them ever answer. It just rings and rings and rings until it literally hangs up. There's no voicemail, nothing. I'll try it because I'm like, you know, sometimes you'll catch people. Like, I've caught real life people when I used to think that, like, calling your Congress people did anything. I would, like, randomly get someone who answered the phone. I'd be, like, caught off guard, like, what the fuck? But so I'm like, maybe someone will answer. Dude, I probably called, like, 25 times. Like, that's a lot. Never get an answer. Isn't that crazy? Like, I'm not kidding. I'm like joking a little bit, but I really don't think that they're real. I think that they just run cover for these billionaires. Anything that all they're doing is looking at us, like people who would figure them out, essentially, I think.
What do you think? You will never ever convince me that the FBI is an actual agency of anything. They're just a bunch of cucks, and they just cover up the things that they do. Like 9/11. Like the Oklahoma City bombing. Like, is everyone else over this? Come on, FBI, give me a call. I dare you. I dare any FBI agent to come on the Cat Dad show. I triple dog dare you. Boys, honestly, I'm not convinced.
Dude, seriously, triple dipple dog. I swear to frickin' God. Triple dipple dog dare. Any FBI agent comes on here, what can we offer them? I don't know. Huge dibs. Massive dibs. We'll love you forever. You'll be the true hero, unlike Paul.
You know, because I have a theory that the FBI isn't a real thing. Like, they're just a bunch of actors, and they just cover up the stuff that they do. But yeah, I mean, I don't think that the CIA is doing anything like what we think they're doing. They're not looking for criminals. They are the criminals. You know who they're looking for? Who they would deem criminals? Us. All they're doing is aggregating data about us to keep us in line, because their job is... They're the freeloading Masons. Like, their job is to keep us spiritually neutered. I know that sounds crazy, but the thing that these people are dying, literally doing everything in their power to keep us from understanding, is that we are spiritual as hell. I know that's crazy that that's what the CIA is doing, but that is...
Yeah, dude, the one that I do the most is the law enforcement one, and I never get answered. Bro told me Paul hasn't worked there in 20 years, which is a straight up lie, because he worked there at fucking Tampa in 2016. These lying ass hoes.
We all collectively have the ability to shake.
Oh, yeah. FBI agents get a free Skitter Store mini pyramid if they come on stream. We can work that out for sure.
Reality. So their job is to control reality. That's why the CIA, you know what they're really doing? This. They're controlling the algorithms. Like, it's not too big. Like, people think that that's crazy that they would be doing this. This is all they do. All they do is, this is why, like, Ghislaine Maxwell was involved in Reddit. And this is why, like, all of their spooks run every newspaper and publication and shit. It's because they have to control our reality. So what they do all day, the CIA especially, and the FBI, is they put people in our comments and they talk down to us when we have big ideas about, like, hey, maybe we shouldn't have to pay for...
Okay, confirmed from the what's it called? What's the fancy name for someone who runs a business? Oh, fuck. It's on the tip of my tongue. It starts with a P. Anyway, from the owner of the Skitter Store, we have confirmation here. Any FBI agent, including Paul, gets a free mini pyramid. Okay? Mini Skitter Store Oregon pyramid. That is an exceptional deal because interview guests don't get paid, but we will make a trade for a special little FBI agent, okay? So even Dante and Nicole, if you wanna come and tell your FBI story about why you chose to work for the FBI and why you chose to try and befriend me and ruin my life like everyone else, if you want to come on, you can get one pyramid. Brother-sister duos only get one pyramid still, okay? That only counts as one. Anyway.
For a roof every fucking month. Maybe this rent seeking is a little too much, you know?
Oh, never mind. Even if Dante and Nicole came on the show, just you two don't get a pyramid. Even Paul gets a pyramid, but you don't. The brother-sister duo.
They control us through comments. They control us through putting the influencers in front of us. They control us through running the politics. The music, dude. That's why Taylor Swift is who she is because of them. Like, they're an all-encompassing reality-making, like, machine. That's their job. Their job is not, they're not seeking out, terrorists in the Middle East.
Dude, you know what's funny? I've been noticing in the last couple weeks way more like ear popping and ear ringing than like ever in my life. Maybe mine doesn't. Maybe whatever they're doing to all of us doesn't. For me, it doesn't manifest as headaches, but I have like crazy ear ringing. Are they harping us to death? Probably, right?
They're the terrorists. They are, right? Like, and that's what the FBI is doing here domestically, in my fucking opinion. That's why, like, we're always like, how do they do these horrible things, bro? Maybe they aren't. I mean, no, that's not true. They're definitely doing, like, they're making some people do it. But the top people are like Paul and all these people that we're always looking at. They're basically actors, dude. And their job is to control the narrative. And because, like, think about consciousness as consciousness they've made into a cage. They basically figured out, like, if they control the education and the film and the news and the politics and the actors and the music and literally everything, if they control all of that, they know that we basically will never be able to get enough people to, like, have big ideas and act on them. Like, and that's anything communal, any community driven thing, which is what we do as humans. That's why they're so anti-human that I'm like, they have to be working for lizards, dude. Who would want to stop us from all coming together and making life not miserable? Lizard people trying to imprison us, basically. So that's why, like, the Matrix is what they're creating. That's why all of their people run the museums. Like, I just went to the Met, and every gallery is Rothschild Gallery. Fucking, what's the other one? Rockefeller Gallery. Like, these are all a bunch of assholes controlling our reality basically by withholding information. It's why they own all the buildings. It's why they've stripped all of them of all of their technology. It's why, like, everything, dude. Do you see? It's all the same people. Like, that's why it's these same families, and, you know, everyone's related. It's a Nepo family, like, actor troupe.
Tell me I'm fucking wrong.
And yeah, they spend all of the shit that they say that they're like, oh, we're stopping terrorists and all that stuff. They spend that and use that on us. Like, that is why my life got turned upside down the last year, is because this is what they do. They find people who are onto them and they try and fuck their shit up and make sure that they don't get people listening to them so that we never stop them. That's their whole job. Every aspect of our reality is shaped by them. And I wish everyone would understand that, you know? But yeah, I'm convinced, like, the FBI, I'm truly saying, I don't think that they have offices where anyone's working and doing anything. I literally think that they just dream up false flags all day, and then there's other divisions that then cover up all the false flags that they're doing. And, you know, and then they have, like, Ian Carroll, you know, they have their whole Hollywood division, and they've got their influencer division where they're running Ian Carroll and Candace Owens and fucking Tucker Carlson and, you know, all the assholes who get play. Anyone who's, like, easily seen on these apps works for them. So whether they know it or not, they get a list of things they're not allowed to talk about, and they don't talk about it for money, which makes them whores. So anyway, this video is definitely not going to survive on TikTok, but it's all my opinion, and it's for a fan fiction that I'm writing where I don't think that the FBI is a real legitimate agency, and I think that they just use their powers against people who are onto their bullshit, like me and fucking all the other people that they've killed, like John Barnett and Mark Lombardi and Danny Casolaro and Aaron Schwartz and all these other people that they've killed. This is all they spend their time doing, is hunting for people who become a problem, and then they either get rid of them, or they try and stifle them, or they take away their medication, or they try and intervention them, or I don't know, they, you know, Edward Snowden, they, what's it called where you get kicked out of the place? Exiled. Anyway, this video is too long. The CIA, they're fake in the sense that their job is to literally stifle our spiritual ascension and keep us from doing community-driven shit, which is what will lead to our spiritual collective, like, awakening, which is what they're dying to stop. They want us to not realize our fucking power. Like, dude, so much so that they have these towers spaced like every other block in cities and then all along highways. All of that shit is monitoring us. Like, their whole thing is monitoring us to make sure that we don't figure out all their stuff and collectively awaken. That's their fucking job. Isn't that crazy? But it's true. That's why they're all into the occult shit. It's because at the end of the day, they know the spirituality shit is real, and they use it for dark purposes. And they're just inverting the beautiful spiritual magic that we can do when, as a collective, when we all come together. So that's why they have to control our reality with all of the shit that they do, because then we create the reality that they want by them telling us the way they want it. That's why they control everything. They say, this is what it is, this is what it is. They show us in movies, TV, film, books, songs, everything, right? This is how life is. This is how it is. And then we literally dream it, essentially, and make it a reality. But if we all start talking about, why are we working until we die? why are we paying rent to these assholes, you know, on depreciating assets? Like, why, you know, all this stuff. If we all started talking about that stuff, our reality would literally shift, right? So that's why they control everything. Anyway, bye. Love you. What about the CIA, you know? Because I have a theory that...
Fuck yeah. Okay, and then I just want to get one last input from... Because it's not just me saying that the CIA and the FBI aren't real, guys. There are others. It's just like the Tyler Hansen allegations that he's AI. I'm hearing it from many people, dude. I am.
Hey, Paul, I know the FBI isn't real and you guys just actually cause a bunch of false flags and then cover it up and shit, but also I want to give you a second opinion, okay? Here. Georgie, what do you think? Yeah, see, Georgie said that you guys aren't real either. Right, George? Yeah, exactly. He said the CIA's not real, the FBI isn't real, they don't actually do anything good, they just do bad shit. Like,
dude, this is the move. I'm taunting the FBI at this point. Not with anything scary like what Timothy McVeigh would do. Just that I don't think you're real. I don't think you're real. I mean, I know that you guys are real, that you can fuck with me because you've been doing that, but you literally can't fuck with me anymore unless you black bag me, which at this point, I mean, dude, if anything ever happens to me, everyone knows the drill, right? But nothing will ever happen to me. They can never stop us. We are protected by the truth. And yeah, the truth is, Paul is an actor. He's a little actor for Freemasons. It's so embarrassing. Dude, if this is the truth, like, before I was like, these are cold-hearted fucking, like, real bad... evil Nazi boys. Dude, I think they're all actors. Oh, and that's why they're so bad at it too. Oh, right? That's so cringe if true. YouTube isn't real. Dude, I really hope, like, of course I could be wrong. We'll find out soon enough, I'm sure. But at this point, I'm so quadrupled down. CIA, FBI, I don't think you're real. Come on. Show us you are. Prove it. Pussies.
Do domestic terror events and stuff all day. But, I mean, that's just what Georgie's saying. He also doesn't have a job. He lives outside. So, take it for what, you know, you will. But kind of all these guys, though, they be saying the same thing. They're saying the CIA don't do shit. Prove us wrong. Come on. Prove us wrong like Steven Crowder. We're waiting. Mushka, do you think that the FBI is real? Huh? Mimo! Booga! Do you think the FBI is real? I mean, silence all around. No one thinks you are real. The CIA's fake. I mean, they be doing bad shit, you know what I mean? They don't do anything like CSI or NCIS or any of that shit. That's all just to warp your brain and make you not think that they're just a bunch of criminals. Winkleberry, where are you?
Criminal actors.
Hey, Winks, come here. Hey, Wink. Yeah, show Paul that butt. That's what she thinks of Paul. Right, Winks? Oh my god, look at how cute she is. She says, the CIA ain't shit, neither is the FBI. They can all suck us. Right? Joey, what do you got to say to Paul? Exactly, bro. Exactly. Tell him.
Yo! Mr. Bunny said, my partner's uncle's wife emailed the FBI for a statement on fittest federal earther, and they said they have no influence over AI-generated internet personalities. I mean, dude, I've lost count at how many sources we have at this. I think we can call this myth confirmed. That's crazy, dude. We thought he was real this whole time, but it turns out he's AI, and he's not a human at all. That's crazy. Thank you for sharing. That's really brave to share that story. Thank you.
Tell them the FBI ain't shit, the CIA ain't shit, they'll never stop us. They're so funny. Oh, we've even got a squid today, guys. Is this the whole sextilogy? The whole sextet? Is that 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Shoot, where's the other one? Anyway, we know birds aren't real, but hey, Morning Dove, is the FBI real? Do they actually do anything? Huh? Can I? Oh, dude, see? You guys got them trained well. No comment, I see. I'm gonna call Paul Wysopal on you, ma'am. What are you doing? You're going to jail. You're going straight to jail. Paul Wise, oh my goodness, double jail. Paul, come get your children. Anyway, we're discussing this tonight on the 311th stream. Whoa, amber is the color of my energy. YouTube and Twitch, CatDad42069. See you there, Paul, dork. Hey, Paul, I know the FBI is...
Oh my god, dude, this was... Anyway, so... Yeah, pretty sure we're right on this, guys. The FBI and the CIA 100% doesn't exist. All they do is fuck with people like us. They actually can't solve any crime. So I think right now might be the greatest time ever to do crime. No, I'm just kidding. That's a joke. Calm down, Paul. Paul's like, oh, we got him. We got him. Ooh, we need Cat Dad live streams as an optional radio channel on GTA 6. Dude, I would 100%. I would do a 24-hour... I'd do something for... If Grand Theft Auto wanted to have a channel, I'd make them one. 24 hours, no repeats. Just pure unfiltered vibes. That is kind of, I feel like GTA, like Grand Theft Auto Radio is probably a huge influence on the Cat Dad show. Yeah. Definitely. All right, anyway, this video was so funny. We got to watch it.
You don't understand. Cash put me in charge. He said, get people to stop talking about Epstein. Epstein, the huge pedophile guy who knows everybody. Who's going to stop talking about that? What's more interesting than that?
Can we just do COVID again?
Okay, it's so funny you said that because I tried to do that last week. Everyone got super sick and just no one said anything.
Maybe like the 9/11 guys?
I called them. They said they won't even do it. They want to do a fucking comedy festival.
Travis Kelce has a bad haircut.
Ooh, okay, I actually like that. Okay, that's actually interesting. How about this? Can we post this article? Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift stun in new photo.
There's like some Venezuelan boats.
Blow it up. I don't care. It's probably the Taliban on it.
I'll tell the guys, blow them up.
What about Israel Gaza? What's going on with that?
Why don't we just solve it?
I don't like it. I don't like any of this stuff. Is there a way? Could we just shut it down?
Shut what down?
Just the whole government. Just shut it all down. The immigrants came in and they shut down the government because they want to be trans. Yes.
Do we still get paid if we shut it down?
Let's just print more money.
Okay, yeah, I'll just print more money. You don't understand. Cash put me in charge. He said, get people to
so
stop talking
good.
about Epstein. Epstein, the huge pedophile guy who knows everybody. Who's going to stop talking about that? What's more interesting than that?
Can we just do COVID again?
Okay, it's so funny you said that because I tried to do that last week. Everyone got super sick and just no one said anything.
Maybe like the 9/11 guys?
I called them. They said they won't even do it. They want to do a fucking comedy festival.
Travis Kelce has a bad haircut.
Ooh, okay, I actually like that. Okay, that's actually interesting. How about this? Can we post this article? Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift stun in new photo.
There's like some Venezuelan boats.
Blow it up. I don't care. It's probably the Taliban on it.
I'll tell the guys, blow them up.
What about Israel Gaza? What's going on with that?
Why don't we just solve it?
I don't like it. I don't like any of this stuff. Is there a way? Could we just shut it down?
Shut what down?
Just the whole government. Just shut it all down. The immigrants came in and they shut down the government because they want to be trans. Yes.
Will we still get paid if we shut it down?
Let's just print more money.
Okay, yeah, I'll just print more money. You don't understand. Cash.
Dude, perfect ending. It's so good. All right. Anyway. Wait one sec. Okay. I started watching this documentary called Inner Worlds, Outer Worlds, and it was kind of fucking lit. The other thing that I had was this have you guys seen any clips from this Philip K. Dick speech where he's like, I think I was communicating with interdimensional entities or some shit, and I think the US government is fucking with time or whatever the fuck. But this is the full interview. I don't know if I want to watch 40 minutes of this, but this documentary seems kind of awesome, so we might watch this. But hold on, let's see if the Philip K. Dick shit cooks. The frick? Whoa! Amber is the color of your energy. Dude, are we getting cucked here? What the fuck? Dude, this was playing earlier.
Are the microphones on? Marcel, you ask if the microphones are on, and if they can hear. No. It's okay.
So you guys know Philip K. Dick? He was a sci-fi writer. He wrote like a billion things like Blade Runner and what are some of the other famous Philip K. Dick things? There's like tons of even sci-fi movies and stuff that you don't even realize are Philip K. Dick books. A Scanner Darkly, Minority Report. Anyway, other shit. Total Recall. All Philip K. Dick shit.
May I tell you how much I appreciate your asking me to share some of my ideas with you? The title of my address is, If You Find This World Bad, You Should See Some of the Others. I would like to confess that I've been asked to cut about 2/3 of my speech out and deliver as short a speech as possible. Upon examining my speech, I find that it is very easy to remove 2/3 without doing any injury to it. I even considered cutting 3/3 out of it, but there was some trouble, so I abandoned that idea. The subject of this speech is a topic which has been discovered recently and which may not exist at all. I may be talking about something that does not exist. Therefore, I'm free to say everything or nothing. I can hardly make an error if there is no such thing as orthogonal.
Oh yeah, Blade Runner was actually called Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep?
Time. Orthogonal or right angle time is the topic of...
Alev, I have a confession. I'm low-level CIA. Oh shit, boys.
Get paid $10K a month by... Alright y'all, I hit my target today. If you didn't know, I get paid $10K a month by a 3-letter organization to G-Stock people. All I got to do is follow them, send in the video. I just hit my target. I don't know if I'm going to put this before or after. So yeah, this is all I got to do.
Yo man, this is like the third time I seen you. This is like the third time I seen you. Are you recording me or something? What's wrong with you, man?
Nah, what are you talking about?
Are you following me or something?
Nah, what do you mean, man? You tripping?
Okay, alright.
Damn.
Oh no. Alev on a roll.
my speech. We are accustomed to supposing...
You record. Lev, the paid actor.
...that all change takes place along the linear time axis, from past to present to future. The present is an accrual of the past and is different from it. The future will accrue from the present on and be different yet. That an orthogonal or right-angled time axis could exist, a lateral domain in which change takes place, processes occurring sideways in reality, so to speak, this is almost impossible to imagine. How would we perceive such lateral changes? What would we experience? What clues, if we are trying to test out this bizarre theory, should we be on the alert for? In other words, how can change take place outside of linear time at all, in any sense, to any degree? Let me present you with a metaphor. Let us say that there exists this very rich patron of the arts. Every day on the wall of his living room above his fireplace, his servants hang a new picture, each day a different masterpiece, day after day, month after month. Each day the used one is removed and replaced by a different and new one. I shall call this process change along the linear axis. But now let us suppose the servants temporarily running out of new replacement pictures. What shall they do in the meantime? They can't just leave the present one hanging. Their employer has decreed that perpetual replacement, that is to say changing the pictures, is to take place. So they neither allow the current one to remain, nor do they replace it with a new one. Instead, they do a very clever thing. When their employer is not looking, the servants cunningly alter the picture already on the wall. They paint out a tree here, they paint in a little girl there, they add this, they obliterate that, they make the same painting different, and in a sense new, but as I'm sure you can see, not new in the sense of replacing it.
Is he talking about motherfucking, Is he talking about the Howie Mandel effect? You know, when the CIA be swapping out shit, changing things? You guys know the Howie Mandel effect?
The employer enters his living room after dinner, seats himself facing the fireplace, and contemplates what should be, according to his expectations, the new picture. What does he see? It certainly isn't what he saw previously. But also, it isn't somehow, and here we must become very sympathetic with this perhaps somewhat stupid man, because we can virtually see his brain circuits striving to understand. His brain circuits are saying, yes, it is a new picture. It is not the same one as yesterday. But also, it is the same one, I think. I feel on a very deep intuitive basis. I feel that somehow I've seen it before. I seem to remember a tree, though, and there is no tree. Now, perhaps if we extrapolate from this man's perceptual, mentational confusion to the theoretical point I was making about lateral change, you can get a better idea of what I mean. I mean, perhaps you can, to at least a degree, see that although what I'm talking about may not exist, my concept may be fictional, it could exist. It is not intellectually self-contradictory. Contemplating this possibility of a lateral arrangement of worlds, a plurality of overlapping Earths along whose linking axis a person can somehow move, can travel in a mysterious way from worse to fair to good to excellent, contemplating this in theological terms, perhaps we could say that herewith we suddenly decipher the elliptical utterances which Christ expressed regarding the kingdom of God, specifically where it is located. He seems to have given contradictory and puzzling answers. But suppose, just suppose for an instant, that the cause of the perplexity lay not in any desire on his part to baffle or to hide, but in the inadequacy of the question. My kingdom is not of this world, he is reported to have said. The kingdom is within you, or possibly it is among you. I put before you now the notion, which I personally find exciting, that he may have had in mind that which I speak of as the lateral axis of overlapping realms, which contain among them a spectrum of aspects ranging from the unspeakably malignant to the beautiful. And Christ was saying over and over again that there really are many objective realms, somehow related, and somehow bridgeable by living, not dead men, and that the most wondrous of these worlds was a just kingdom, in which either he himself or God himself or both of them ruled. And he did not merely speak of a variety of ways of subjectively viewing one world. The kingdom was and is an actual different place, at the opposite end of continua, starting with slavery and utter pain. It was his mission to teach his disciples the secret of crossing along this orthogonal path. He did not merely report what lay there. He taught the method of getting there. But, tragically, the secret was lost. The enemy, the Roman authority, crushed it, and so we do not have it. But perhaps we can re-find it, since we know that such a secret exists. kingdom is ever to be established here on earth, or whether it is a place or state we go to after death. I'm sure I don't have to tell you that this issue has been a fundamental one and an unresolved one throughout the history of Christianity. Christ and St. Paul both seem to say emphatically that an actual breaking through into time, that is specifically what they say, a breaking through into time, into our world, by the host of God, will unexpectedly occur. Thereupon, after some exciting drama, 1,000 years...
No, I haven't seen someone explaining how the DMT laser thing works.
Your paradise, a rightful kingdom will be established, at least for those who have done their homework and chores and generally paid attention, have not gone to sleep, as one parable puts it. We are enjoined repeatedly in the New Testament to be vigilant, that for the Christian it is always day. There is always light by which he can see this event when it comes. See this event. Does that imply that many persons who are somehow asleep or blind or not vigilant, they will not see it even though it occurs? Consider the significance which can be assigned to these notions. The kingdom will come here unexpectedly. This is always stressed. The rightful faithful shall see it, because for them it is always day.
Oh, you're gonna send me a link for the sciatica cushion? Might need that, bro.
Time. But for the others, what seems expressed here is the paradoxical.
I think it is also nice to get up at once every hour. Even, well, now it's an hour and 45 minutes, but yeah, I do be getting, I mean, I'm sitting in the fucking chair during, for work too, so. And it is like my leg, I think it is sciatic, because that's what goes down your legs, right? That nerve. Yeah. I always have to crack my hips and shit.
But enthralling thought that, and hear this and ponder, the kingdom were it established here would not be visible to those outside it. I offer the idea that in more modern terms, what is meant that some of us will travel laterally to that better world, and some will not. They will remain stuck along the lateral axis, which means that for them the kingdom did not come, not in their alternative world. And yet, meantime, it did come in ours. So it comes, and yet it does not come. Amazing. If you have followed my conjectures about the overlapping of these alternate worlds, and you sense as I do the possibility that if there are 3 or 4 or 2, there may be 30 or 3,000 of them, and that some of us live in this one, others of us in another one, others in others, and that events on one track cannot be perceived by persons not in that track, well, let me say what I want to say and be done with it. I think I once experienced a track in which the Savior returned, but I experienced it just briefly. I am not there now. I am not sure I ever was. Certainly I may never be again. I grieve for that loss, but loss it is. Somehow I moved laterally, but then fell back, and then it was gone. A vanished mountain and a stream, the sound of bells, and all gone now for me, entirely gone. I, in my stories and novels, often write about counterfeit worlds, semi-real worlds, as well as deranged private worlds, inhabited often by just one person, while meantime the other characters either remain in their own worlds throughout, or are somehow drawn into one of the peculiar ones. This theme occurs in the corpus of my 27 years of writing. At no time did I have a theoretical or conscious explanation for my preoccupation with these pluriform pseudo-worlds, but now I think I understand. What I was sensing was the manifold of partially actualized realities lying tangent to what evidently is the most actualized one, the one which the majority of us, by consensus gentium, agree on. Although originally I presumed that the differences between these worlds was caused entirely by the subjectivity of the various human viewpoints, it did not take me long to open the question as to whether it might not be more than that in fact plural realities did exist.
Holy shoot! Did you guys hear that? Sorry, that wasn't me, it was the Booch. The Booch puts some sort of demon inside of me.
Superimposed onto one another like so many film transparencies. What I still do not grasp, however, is how one reality out of the many becomes...
Yeah, dude, honestly, I can't imagine being a low... Yeah, I can't imagine being low enough to be a paid creep. It's such a bad and low vibe, I can't get behind it. Dude, that's what, like, baffles me about the old podcaster friends, is, like... I still make excuses for them, because I'm like, no one is that, like, fucking low vibe that they would literally befriend someone on purpose to fuck with them. Who would do that? I could never, bro. Never. Money isn't real. That's crazy. But yeah, I'm glad that there's a lot of people like us. It sucks that there are plenty of people like them willing to do it, though.
In contradistinction to the others. Perhaps none does, or perhaps, again, it hangs on an agreement in viewpoint by a sufficiency of people. More likely the Matrix world, the one with...
Oh, but we love Alev. Yeah. And Ray. They at least have fun while they're gang stalking, you know? 10,000 a month, that's pretty decent, I guess. Alev, how often do you have to send the videos? Is it like one video a day of gang stalking? Or are there multiple targets? You watched the episode where I got that cuck ass haircut before going to the wedding in Denver? Dude, I'm finally just now getting back to the length that it was before. It's still not fully there. It's getting close. But yeah, when was that? Last April? Or I guess April? That dude fucked me. What a buffoon. But it's pretty dope now. Check out how long it's getting. Could you see? Hell yeah. I gotta go get a trim though. I need my sides shaved down. I don't like when it starts getting bushy.
The true core of being is determined by the programmer.
Just one a day. Gotta make sure they see me record. Are you recording me? No, man. I'm just walking. Just gaslighting them. Did you get the Apple AirTag on them? Cause, dude, it would be exhausting to like have to go find them every day. Like you just got the AirTag in the heel of his shoe or something, right? That's the easiest. I get to pick too. I have a tracking app with my phone with full profiles as to why they're getting followed. I think it was episode 175. The story about how the barbers got mad at you made me laugh. Dude, they still get that still baffles me. And I paid him. And he was a fucking asshole the whole time.
He or it articulates, prints out, so to speak, the matrix choice and fuses it with actual substance, the core or essence of reality, that which receives or attains it, and to what degree. That is within the purview of the programmer. This selection and reselection is part of general creativity, of world building, which seems to be it or his task. A problem, perhaps, which he or it is running, which is to say, in the process of solving, as a computer would. Variables along the linear time axis of our universe, thereby generating branched off lateral worlds.
Yeah, I'm in the poke my eyeballs phase right now at yoga, especially when it gets all sweaty and gets... It turns into like a hook that I feel like just pokes me in the eye the whole time. So I need to get it trimmed back a little bit.
I have the impression that the metaphor of the chessboard is especially useful in evaluating how this can be done. In fact, must be. Across from the programmer-reprogrammer sits a counter entity, whom Joseph...
Oh, I am going to grow it out. It just needs a little trim. I like it being a little trim, nice and tight. I want it all to grow together. Because also I can't do long hair for myself. Long hair, I used to love having like long hair all over, but it was so annoying on the sides. That dude, I love this cut because it's the best of both worlds. I don't have to have shit over my ears, which drives me crazy. And then I still got the flowy locks, my ether antennas. I am cutting my hair. I mean, it's not a cut, it's a trim. And then obviously got to get the side trim hacked back. It'll be nice, boys, don't worry. Matt never fucks with me. Matt knows exactly what to do. And I'll never not get a Matt haircut ever again. That was an emergency, and look, I paid the price. I should have never got my haircut.
Campbell calls the dark counterplayer. God, the programmer, reprogrammer, is not making his moves of improvement against inner...
This is Philip K. Dick, the sci-fi writer, talking about... He's talking about different realities that... And I think he starts talking about how the government was saying that one of the stories that he wrote is like essentially real life or something. I saw clips from it and it was cool, but this so far I don't think is it.
Matter. He is dealing with a cunning opponent. Let us say that on the game board, our universe in space-time, the dark counterplayer makes a move. He sets up a reality situation of immutable cause and effect. But the programmer, reprogrammer, has already laid down his response. It has already happened, these moves on his part. The printout, which we undergo as historic events, passes through stages of a dialectical interaction, thesis and antithesis, as the forces of the two players mingle. Evidently, some syntheses fall to the dark counterplayer, and yet they do not, by virtue of the fact that in advance, our great advocate selected variables, the alternation of which brings final victory to him. In winning each sequence in turn, he claims some of us, we who participate in the sequence. This is why instinctively people pray, Libera me Domine, which decodes to mean, extricate me, programmer, as you achieve one victory after another. Include me in that triumph. Move me along the lateral axis so that I am not left out. Sense as being left out means nothing other than remaining under the jurisdiction of or falling prey to the malignant power. But that malignant power, for all its guile, has already lost even as it wins. For in some way the counterplayer is blind, and so the programmer-reprogrammer possesses an advantage. I submit to you that such alterations, the creation or selection of such so-called alternative presence, is continually taking place. The very fact that we can conceptually deal with this notion, that is, entertain it as an idea, is a first step in discerning such processes themselves. But I doubt if we will ever be able in any real fashion to demonstrate, to scientifically prove that such lateral change processes do occur. Probably all we would have to go on would be vestiges of memory, fleeting impressions, dreams, nebulous intuitions that somehow things had been different in some way, and not long ago, but now. We might reflexively reach for a light switch in the bathroom, only to discover that it was, always had been, in another place entirely. We might reach for the air vent in our car where there was no air vent, a reflex left over from a previous present, still active at a subcortical level. We might dream of people in places we had never seen as vividly as if we had seen them and actually known them. But we would not know what to make of this, assuming we took time to ponder it at all. One very pronounced impression would probably occur to us, to many of us, again and again, and always without explanation. The acute, absolute sensation that we had done once before, what we were just about to do now, that we, so to speak, lived in a particular moment or situation previously. But in what sense could it be called previously, since only the present, not the past, was evidently involved? We would have the overwhelming impression that we were reliving the present, déjà vu, perhaps in precisely the same way, hearing the same words, saying the same words. I submit that these impressions are valid and significant, and I will even say this: such an impression is a clue that at some past time point, a variable was changed, reprogrammed as it were, and that because of this, an alternative world branched off, became actualized instead of the prior one, and that in fact, in literal fact, we are once more living this particular segment of linear time. A breaching, a tinkering, a change had been made, but not in our present, had been made in our past. Evidently, such an alteration would have a peculiar effect on those persons involved. They would, so to speak, be moved back one square or several squares on the board game which constitutes our reality. Conceivably, this could happen any number of times, affecting any number of people, as alternative variables were reprogrammed. We would have to live out each reprogramming along the subsequent linear time axis, but to the programmer, whom we call God, to him the results of the programming would be apparent at once. We are within time.
Or the demiurge. The demiurge has kind of taken over programming duties. That's what I was getting at with the CIA. Like, the CIA, to me, are like the master of illusions, like orchestrating behind the scenes all of the different industries. Like, all these corporations, they're all working together and I think being orchestrated by, like, the CIA. They're, you know, like, this is why they control all the music and all the books and everything. It's all this big fucking elite group that gets to write all the, or do all the art and write all the movies and all that shit, right? And it's so that they control our reality. It's like them programming us. Yeah, you like Philip K. Dick, Rabbit Bazaar? Hell yeah.
And he is not. I wish Dad lived. We are living in a computer-programmed reality, and the only clue we have to it is when some variable is changed and some alteration in our reality occurs. This, too, might account for the sensation people get of having lived past lives. They may well have, but not in the past. Previous lives, rather, in the present, in perhaps an unending repeated and repeated present, like a great clock dial in which grand clock hands sweep out the same circumference forever, with all of us carried along unknowingly, yet dimly suspecting. Since at the resolution of every encounter of thesis and antithesis between the dark counterplayer and the divine programmer, a new synthesis is struck off, and since it is possible that each time this happens, a lateral world may be generated, and since I conceive that each synthesis or resolution is to some degree a victory by the programmer, each struck-off world in sequence must be an improvement upon, not just the prior one, but an improvement upon all the latent or merely possible outcomes. It is a better world, but in no sense perfect, which is to say final. It is merely an improved stage within a process. What I envision clearly is that the programmer is perpetually using the antecedent universe as a gigantic stockpile for each new synthesis, the antecedent universe then possessing the aspect of chaos, or anomie, in relation to an emerging new cosmos. Therefore, the endless process of sequential struck-off alternate worlds emerging and being infused with actualization is negatropic in some way that we cannot see. What we need at this point is to locate, to bring forth as evidence, someone who has managed somehow, it doesn't matter how, to retain memories of a different present, latent alternate world impressions, different in some significant way from this, the one which is at this stage actualized. According to my theoretical view, it would almost certainly be memories of a worse world than this. For it is not reasonable that God the programmer and reprogrammer would substitute a worse world in terms of freedom or beauty or love or order or healthiness by any standard which we know. When a mechanic works on your malfunctioning car, he does not damage it further. When a writer creates a second draft of a novel, he does not debase it further, but strives to improve it. I suppose it could be argued in a strictly theoretical way that God might be evil or insane and would in fact substitute a worse world for a better one. But frankly, I cannot take that idea seriously. Let us pass that over. So let us ask, does any one of us remember in any dim fashion a worse Earth circa 1977 than this? Have our young men seen visions and our old men dreamed dreams? Nightmare dreams specifically about a world of enslavement and evil, of prisons and jailers and ubiquitous police? I have. I wrote out these dreams in novel after novel, story after story. To name two in which this prior ugly present obtained most clearly, I cite The Man in the High Castle and my 1974 novel about the
Oh yeah, wait, he did Man in the High Castle, right?
U.S. as a police state, called Flow My Tears, the Policeman Said. I'm going to be very candid with you. I wrote both novels based on fragmentary residual memories of such a horrid slave state world. Or perhaps the term world is the wrong one, and I should say United States, since in both novels I was writing about my own country.
Bro, literally, Man in the High Castle is about the fucking... It's an alternate world where the Nazis didn't die. Where the Nazis won. and they invaded America. Dude, that show fucking rips. I do like that show a lot.
I could even tell you what caused me to remember. In late February of 1974, I was given sodium pentothal for the extraction of impacted wisdom teeth. Later that day, back home again, but still deeply under the influence of the sodium pentothal, I had a short, acute flash of recovered memory. In one instant, I caught it all, but immediately rejected it. Rejected it, however, with the realization that what I had retrieved in the way of varied memories was authentic. Then, in mid-March, a month later, the total body of memories, intact and entire, began to return.
And that's interesting, dude, because Man in the High Castle is also about multiple realities. It's like there's a guy, the Man in the High Castle gets these films that show an alternate reality. Like, one of the alternate realities is like our world where the Allies won and blah, blah, blah. But there's like multiple realities. That's what it's about. And they're trapped in the bad one, and they're trying to shift to a different one.
You are free to believe me or to disbelieve, but please take my word on it that I am not joking. This is very serious, a matter of importance. I am sure that at the very least you will agree that for me, even to claim this is in itself amazing. People claim to remember past lives. I claim to remember a different, very different present life. I know of no one who has ever made this claim before, but I rather suspect that my experience is not unique. What perhaps is unique is the fact that I am willing to talk about it. If you have followed me this far, I would like you to be kind enough to go a little further with me. I would like to share with you something I knew that is retrieved along with the blocked off memories. In March of 1974, the reprogrammed variables tinkered with back at some earlier date, probably in the late 40s. In March of 1974, the payoff, the results of at least one and possibly more of the reprogrammed variables lying along the linear timeline of our past set in. What happened between March and August of 1974 was the result of at least one reprogrammed variable laid down perhaps 30 years before, setting into motion a thread of change which culminated in what I am sure you will admit was a spectacularly important and unique historical event, the forced removal from office of a President of the United States, Richard Nixon, as well as all those associated with him. In the alternative world which I remembered, the civil rights movements, the anti-war movements of the 60s had failed, and evidently, in the mid-70s, Nixon was not removed from power. That which opposed him, if anything indeed existed that did oppose him or could oppose him, was inadequate. Therefore, one or more factors tending toward that destruction of the entrenched tyrannical power had retroactively to us come to be introduced. The scales, 30 years later, in it had been 2,000 years ago at its inception. It was regarded as subversive and revolutionary.
Yeah, and people in the story, are you talking about in Man in the High Castle or in real reality? But that some people can blip out into different realities. What if we can do that? What if that's how they keep it all a secret?
And let me add, this appraisal by the police authorities was correct. It took me almost 2 weeks after the return of my memories of my life in Track A to rid myself of the overpowering impression that all references to Christ, all sacerdotal acts, had to be veiled in absolute secrecy. But historically, this fits the pattern of a fascist takeover, especially those along Nazi lines. I also would like to tell you, if you have followed me this far, to accept my statement about my other memories under the sodium pentothal which returned. That world was a prison.
He is cooking here. Speaking of cooking, I'm about to air fry some frozen Rally's fries from Aldi. Major W potato talk.
It was dreadful. We overthrew it, just as we overthrew the Nixon tyranny, but it was far more cruel, incredibly so, and there was a great battle and loss of life.
Philip K. Dick is cooking on this interview, talking about how he blipped into, or he got a download of lives, and I think that's what he based Man in the High Castle on, and he believes this to be real, and I fuck with that.
It was in February of 1974 that my blocked-off memories of Track A returned, and it was in February of 1974 that my novel, Flow My Tears, the Policeman Said, was released finally after two years' delay. It was almost as if the release of the novel, which had been delayed so long, meant that in a certain sense it was all right for me to remember. That is, to remember that the book was not fiction. The book was based on subliminal memories which I had of such a world. But perhaps until the book was actually released, it was better that I did not remember. Why that would be, I do not know. But I have the impression that the memories were not to come to the surface until the material had been published very sincerely on the author's part as what he believed to be fiction. Perhaps, had I known, I would have been too frightened to write the novel. As it was, I was very frightened anyway. There was something about the novel that frightened me a great deal. Or perhaps I would have just shot off my mouth and told everybody and somehow interfered with the effectiveness of that book and such other books of mine as Man in the High Castle, which were also based on residual memories. The effectiveness of those novels might have been impaired. I do not even claim there was an intended effectiveness. Perhaps there was none at all. But if there was one, and I repeat the word if emphatically, it was almost certainly to stir subliminal memories in readers back to dim life. Not a conscious life, not an entering consciousness, as in my own case, but to recall to them on a deep and profound, albeit unconscious level, what a police tyranny is like, and how vital it is, now or then, at any time, along any time track, in any world, to defeat it. In March of 1974, the really crucial moves to depose Nixon were beginning. In August, 5 months later, they proved successful.
1 second, 10-1.
It seems to me that in many ways, ideas have a life of their own. They appear to seize on people and make use of them. The idea which seized me 27 years ago and never let go of me is this. Any society in which people meddle in other people's business is not a good society, and a state in which the government, quote, knows more about you than you know about yourself, as it is expressed in my novel Flow My Tears, the Policeman Said, is a state which must be overthrown. It may be a theocracy, a fascist corporate state, or reactionary monopolistic capitalism, or centralistic socialism. That aspect does not matter. And I am saying not merely it can happen here, meaning the United States, but rather it did happen here, meaning the United States. I remember I was one of the secret Christians who fought it, and at least to some extent helped overthrow it. And I am very proud of that, proud of myself in Time Track A. When I use the word Christian there, I do not mean Christians as they are now. I mean Christians as they were, say, 2,000 years ago, enemies of a powerful empire. When I saw Star Wars this morning, I thought to myself, deja vu. There is, unfortunately, for me, a somber intimation which accompanies my pride in the work that I did in that alternate Earth. I think that in that previous world, I did not live past March of 1974. In this track here, which I will call Track B, we fought a much lighter tyranny, a far stupider one. Or perhaps we had assistance. The anterior reprogramming of one or more historical variables came to our rescue.
Dude, this is so funny. This is literally like Man in the High Castle. Whatever happened to him, he just transmuted into Man in the High Castle. That's awesome.
Sometimes I think, and this is of course pure speculation, a happy fantasy of my soul, that because of what we accomplished there, or anyhow attempted to and very bravely, we who were directly involved were allowed to live on here, past the terminal point which brought us down in that other worse world. It is a sort of miraculous kindness. This gracious gift serves to delineate for us, for me at least, some aspects of the programmer. It causes me to comprehend him after a fashion. I think we cannot know what he is, but we can experience his functioning, and so can ask, what does he resemble? Not what is he, but rather what is he like? First and foremost, he controls the objects, processes, and events in our space-time world. This is, for us, the primary aspect, although intrinsically he may possess aspects of greater magnitude, but of less applicability to us. I have spoken of myself as a reprogrammed variable, and I have spoken of him as the programmer and reprogrammer. During a short period of time in March of 1974, at the moment in which I was re-synthesized, I was aware perceptually, which is to say aware in an external way of his presence. At that time, I had no idea what I was seeing. It resembled nothing that I had ever heard described. It resembled plasmic energy. It had colors. It moved fast. It collected and then dispersed. But what it was, what he was, I am not sure even now. Except I can tell you that he had simulated normal objects and their processes so as to copy them, and in such an artful way as to make himself invisible within them. As the Vedantas put it, he is the fire within the flint, the razor within the razor case. Later research showed me that in terms of group cultural experience, the name Brahman has been given to this omnipresent, immanent entity. One thing I really want you to know, I am aware that the claims I am making, claims of having retrieved buried memories of an alternate present and to have perceived the agency responsible for arranging that alternation, these claims can neither be proved nor can they be even made to sound rational in the usual sense of the word. It has taken me over 3 years to reach the point where I am willing to tell anyone but my closest friends about my experience beginning back at the vernal equinox of 1974. One of the reasons motivating me to speak about it publicly at last, to openly make this claim, is a recent encounter I have undergone, which, by the way, bears a strange resemblance to Hawthorne Abinson's experience in my novel The Man in the High Castle with the woman Juliana Frink. Juliana read Abinson's book about a world in which Germany and Japan and Italy. Now this.
Oh, was it books in Man in the High Castle? It wasn't movies, because in the show it's like newsreels that show the alternate version of the world.
This is a little difficult if you haven't read the book, but he wrote a novel in which Germany, Italy, and Japan lost World War II, and he was living in a world in which they had won World War II. Juliana read Abinson's book about a world in which the Axis lost, and she felt she should tell him what she comprehended about the book. In other words, that his novel was true. Now, this final scene in Man in the High Castle has been the source for a similar scene in my later story, Faith of Our Fathers, where the girl Tanya Lee shows up and acquaints the protagonist with the actual reality situation, which is to say that much of his world is delusional and purposefully so. In other words, it's a common theme in my writing that a dark-haired girl shows up at the door of the protagonist and tells him that his world is delusional, that there's something false about it. Now, in Man in the High Castle, the situation is ironically reversed. The girl that comes to the door tells an author that his book of fiction is true. For several years, I've had the feeling, a growing feeling, that one day a woman who would be a complete stranger to me would contact me and tell me that she had some information to impart to me, and then she would appear at my door, just as Juliana appeared at Hawthorne Abinson's door, and that forthwith, in the gravest possible way, she would tell me exactly what Juliana told Abinson, and that is that my book, like his, was in a certain real, literal, and physical sense not fiction but the truth. Well, this did finally happen to me. I even knew that her hair would be black. I had an actual complete sense of what she would look like and what she would say. Door. And I'm speaking of a woman who had systematically read every single novel of mine, which is more than 30 novels, as well as many of my stories. She did appear. She was a total stranger, and she did inform me of this fact, that some of my fictional works were, in a literal sense, true. Now, I had posited in 1974, when my memories of this alternate world came back, that if these memories were authentic, that it was only a matter of time before a contact, a cautious, guarded probing by someone would occur, initiated by a person who had read my books and for one reason or another deduced the actual situation. I mean, knew what the significant information was which the books and stories carried. Now, this woman knew from my novels and stories which world I had experienced, which of the many. What she could not determine until I told her was that in February of 1975, I had passed across into a third alternative present, a third one, track C, we will call it. And this was a garden or park of peace and beauty, a world superior to ours, rising into existence.
That's us, boys. That's fucking us, boys.
To her of 3 rather than 2 worlds. The black iron prison world, which had been our intermediate.
Oh yeah, Gary, we talked about the Snake Eyes movie and Charlie Kirk probably like a week ago. Yeah, maybe 2 weeks ago. Thanks, Barry.
World in which oppression and war exist but have to a great degree been cast down, and then a third alternative world which someday, when the correct variables in our past have been reprogrammed, will materialize as a superimposition onto this one, and within which, as we awaken to it, We shall suppose that we had always lived there. The memory of this intermediate one, like that of the black iron prison world, eradicated mercifully from our memories. The best that I can really do at this point, after having had these experiences and written these novels, is to play the role of prophet, of ancient prophets and such oracles as the Sibyl at Delphi, and to talk of a wonderful garden world, much like that which once our ancestors are said to have inhabited.
Bro, literally. Dude, that is exactly... Yeah, it was Garden World. The Garden of Eden. Bro, he's remembering the past and our future. Time is not real.
In fact, I sometimes imagine it to be exactly that same world restored, as if a false trajectory of our world will eventually be fully corrected, and once more we will be where once many thousands of years ago we lived and were happy. During the brief time I walked about in that garden world, I had the strong impression that it was...
Dude, I fucking dream about, like, taking a step one day and looking around and being like, whoa, I'm in Tartaria. I do that all the time. I'm always like, I wonder what it looked like back before they ruined everything, you know? That would be so cool to, like, blip into Tartaria for a minute. But it sounds like Philip K. Dick did, bro. Garden of Eden. Grow your own food, exactly. It's going to be the garden of... Oh, hell yeah. We're going to be smashing veggies. Smashing the garden.
Our legitimate home, which somehow we had lost. The time I spent there was short, about 6 hours of real elapsed time, but I remember it well. In the novel I wrote with Roger Zelazny, Deus Irae, I describe it toward the end, at the point where the curse is lifted from the world by the death. What's amazing to me about this park-like world, this Track C, was the non-Christian elements forming the basis of it. It was not what my Christian training had prepared me for at all. Even when it began to phase out, I still saw sky, I saw land and dark blue smooth water, and standing by the edge of the water, a beautiful nude woman whom I recognized as Aphrodite. At that point, this other, better world had diminished to a mere landscape beyond a golden rectangle doorway. The outline of the doorway pulsed with laser-like light, and it all grew smaller, and was at last gone from sight. The 3 to 5 doorway, devouring itself into nothingness, sealing off what lay beyond. I have not seen it since, but I had the firm impression that this was the next world, not of the Christians, but the Arcady of the Greco-Roman world, something older and more beautiful than that which my...
Bro, that's what all the buildings look like. Dude, Philip K. Dick was fucking for real tapping in.
My own religion can conjure up as a lure to keep us in a state of dutiful morality and faith. What I saw was very old and very lovely. Sky, sea, land, and the beautiful woman, and then nothing, for the door had shut, and I was closed off back here. It was with a bitter sense of loss that I saw her go, really, since it all constellated about her. Aphrodite, I discovered when I...
What? Are you fucking kidding? Yo, get fucking wrecked, dude. All right, let's watch some of this. Inner world, outer
extends
world.
throughout.
Boys, guess what time it is? It's cosmic ripple time. Oh my goodness, take a look at this pyramid. Ruby's oysites, his green and green adventuring organite pyramid. Heartland manifestation tool with copper sigils. Oh my goodness, take a look at this, and hand is not included. Oh, I love that. Look at the pinky greens. Beautiful. Oh, yeah, I like these like pictures in like a place that you would put them. Not just like on display. That's beautiful. Pyramid is designed for visionaries, healers, heart-led creators, those stepping into their soul-aligned path and calling in aligned support. Oh, nice little Sige. Beautiful. Orgonite is a powerful alchemical blend of resin, metal, and crystals that generates and balances orgone energy, also known as prana, chi, or life force energy. Resin compresses the crystals in metal, amplifying their piezoelectric properties, while copper coils act as a conductor to focus and radiate the energy field. Oh, top down. All right, boys. Thank you for your support. All right, let's watch a little Inner Worlds, Outer Worlds. Let's learn about the resonant field, boys. To see a world in a grain of sand and a heaven in a wild flower, hold infinity in the palm of your hand and eternity in an hour. William Blake. Yeah, dude, piezoelectric is a good word. I love it. What is right now called? The present.
In the beginning was the Logos, the Big Bang, the primordial Om.
The Big Bang, sure.
Big Bang theory says that the physical universe spiraled out of an unimaginably hot and dense single point, called a singularity, billions of times smaller than the head of a pin. It does not say why or how. The more mysterious something is, the more we take for granted that we understand it. It was thought that eventually gravity would either slow the expansion or contract the universe in a big crunch. However, images from the Hubble Space Telescope show that the universe's expansion seems to be actually accelerating, expanding faster and faster as it grows out of the Big Bang. Somehow, there is more mass in the universe than physics predicted. To account for the missing mass, physicists now say that the universe consists of only 4% atomic matter, or what we consider normal matter. 23% of the universe is dark matter, and 73% is dark energy, what we previously thought of as empty space. It is like an invisible nervous system that runs throughout the universe, connecting all things. The ancient Vedic teachers taught Nada Brahma, the universe is vibration. The vibratory field is at the root of all true spiritual experience and scientific investigation. It is the same field of energy that saints, Buddhas, yogis, mystics, priests, shamans, and seers have observed by looking within themselves. It has been called Akasha, the primordial Om, Indra's net of jewels, the music of the spheres, and 1,000 other names throughout history. It is the common root of all religions and the link between our inner worlds and our outer worlds.
Yeah, saved by the primordial Om.
In Mahayana Buddhism in the 3rd century, they described a cosmology not unlike the most advanced physics of modern day. Indra's net of jewels is a metaphor used to describe a much older Vedic teaching, which illustrates the way the fabric of the universe is woven together. Indra, the king of the gods, gave birth to the sun and moves the winds and the waters. Imagine a spider web that extends into all dimensions. The web is made up of dewdrops, and every drop contains...
It's probably the golden age being referenced when we got all those amazing buildings and were spiritually advanced. Dude, it's coming back, though. We're going to bring it back. So he could be looking into the past golden age, but maybe also looking into the future golden age. And dude, all of those, yeah, all the cities were literally laid out like gardens. That's what all the fucking state fair or world fair grounds. Like, dude, all these cities are all like laid out like ancient gardens. Dude, it was so fucking beautiful, and they ruined all of it. Can you imagine? What the fuck? Ugh.
Change the reflection of all the other water drops. And in each reflected dewdrop, you will find the reflections of all the other droplets. The entire web in that reflection, and so on to infinity. Indra's web could be described as a holographic universe, where even the smallest stream of light contains the complete pattern of the whole. The Serbian-American scientist Nikola Tesla is sometimes referred to as the man who invented the 20th century. Tesla was responsible for discovering alternating current electricity and many other creations that are now part of everyday life. Because of his interest in the ancient Vedic traditions, Tesla was in a unique position to understand science through both an Eastern and Western model. Like all great scientists, Tesla looked deeply into the mystery.
Dude, no, filming in Portland, that's what I'm saying. I'm also thinking that technology as we know it seems to go almost opposite of spiritual advancement. Seems being spiritually advanced means less reliance on electrical technology as we know it. Exactly, dude. The Christ system is the ether collective conscious, lighting buildings with ether and mercury, however the fuck that works. Us not needing the internet because we just have the collective hum. The Antichrist system is that copied but run through wires and Wi-Fi. Literally, that's what Peter Thiel's doing. That's what the AI is, the internet. All this shit is to replace and make us forget that we could basically do all this shit without them. It's literally, they just literally created a middleman. They created wires to do what we were doing wirelessly. That's literally it. That's the Antichrist system. That's the beast system, is them replacing all of the shit that we used to do freely as humans, and they've taken it away from us and paywalled it. Isn't that fucking lame?
Of the outer world, but he also looked deeply within himself. Like the ancient yogis, Tesla used the term akasha to describe the etheric field that extends throughout all things. Tesla studied with Swami Vivekananda, a yogi who brought the ancient teachings of India to the West. In the Vedic teachings, akasha is space itself, the space that the other elements fill, which exists simultaneously with vibration. The two are inseparable. Akasha is yin to prana's yang. A modern concept that can help us to conceptualize Akasha, or the primary substance, is the idea of fractals.
Look at those lightning-ass fractals. Those mushroom mycelial fractals, bro.
It wasn't until the 1980s that advances in computers allowed us to actually visualize and reproduce mathematically the patterns in nature. The term fractal was coined in 1980 by mathematician Benoit Mandelbrot, who studied certain simple mathematical equations that, when they are repeated, produce an unending array of changing mathematical or geometrical forms within a limited framework. They are limited, but at the same time, infinite. A fractal is a rough geometric shape that can be split into parts, each of which is at least approximately a reduced size copy of the whole pattern, a property called self-similarity.
Yeah, exactly, Bunny. I have said the tech is the ETs building a technological surveillance and control mechanism across the whole globe. Exactly, dude. That's what, literally what the CIA is, I think, is just like a data collection service that is trying to do Minority Report pre-crime, except what they deem as crime is us realizing our spiritual power. But yeah, dude, all tech especially, I mean, in the hands of the people who are making it, which, like, dude, computers and all this shit, the internet, this didn't all just happen willy-nilly. It wasn't like, oh, these guys invented this. This is just the natural progression of things. They fucking had this plan. They said, we're going to figure out how to make an electronic system that monitors everyone, and eventually, hopefully, we'll have the whole grid set up so that when one gets too pesky, we can literally just do standing wave vibrations to him and disappear his ass. We'll Thanos snap him. But yeah, exactly. That is what they're doing. And dude, I look at all these fucking, even in like, like places that would be deemed like third world countries, these fucking 5G towers are everywhere. Everywhere. You're telling me Verizon and fucking AT&T is going to like, the fucking slums of Colombia and like throwing up 5G towers in there? This is all about control, dude. Anyway, right? And yeah, I mean, look at who's made it. Peter Thiel, the PayPal mafia, essentially. All of the big things on the internet today are all fucking funded and wrangled by Peter Thiel. Facebook. I mean, everything. PayPal, OpenAI. It's so many, it's crazy. Google. I don't think he funded it, but they're all buddies. And they're all just CIA puppets. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, did you see the SS lightning bolts on the necklace Taylor Swift is selling? I only know because of a TikTok video. It's getting so blatant. Dude, it is. That's the thing. Everyone's like bending over backwards to be like, Taylor's team must be filled with Nazis. No! She's the well, yeah, I'm sure that's true. But she's the fucking Nazi. Everyone's making excuses. Oh, this was an oversight. Oh, this must just be pure ignorance. It is intentional. They are Nazis. We are so right about this. And the CIA isn't real. Anyway, back to the video. Dude, I gotta go tinkle again. 10-1, stand by.
Mandelbrot's fractals have been called the thumbprint of God. You are seeing artwork generated by nature itself. If you turn the Mandelbrot figure a certain way, it looks sort of like a Hindu deity or Buddha. This figure is being termed the Buddha Bro figure. If you look at some forms of ancient art and architecture, you will see that humans have long associated beauty and the sacred with fractal patterns. Infinitely complex, yet every part contains the seed to recreate the whole. Fractals have changed mathematicians' views of the universe and how it operates. With each new level of magnification, there are differences from the original. Constant change and transformation occurs as we traverse from one level of fractal detail to another. This transformation is the cosmic spiral, the embedded intelligence of the matrix of time-space.
Yo, this is one of my fucking mantras that I be rocking to all the time on Spotify. 33-minute warning, Freemasons, get your threes up. I'm like the fucking, what's the thing from Pan's Labyrinth? I'm a Freemason freak from Pan's Labyrinth.
33. Fractals are inherently chaotic, full of noise and order.
Yeah, the link for this video.
When our minds recognize or define a pattern, we focus on it, as if it is a thing. We try to find the patterns we see as beautiful, but in order to hold the pattern in our minds, we must push away the rest of the fractal.
Are you guys liking this?
To comprehend a fractal with the senses is to limit its movement.
You want to listen to mantras? Well, I have here I'll find the playlist that I usually listen to. And then I have like some of my favorite mantras set up. Okay, one of them that I listen to is called Mantras for Positive Energy. Wait. Is this one of my bops? Yeah, oh, this is one of the epic ones. Let's go, Paul. We can hold hands, Paul. We can hold hands, Paul. And Paul frolicking through a meadow together. Bop! I can't listen to music unless it's pure vibes and more. Here's, these are some of my babies. Oh yeah, this is a good one. This one's a little slower, a little sadder.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
And then this is,
I start my mornings with breath.
this is what I ride to yoga with, or ride to yoga listening to in the first thing in the morning. Usually I just listen to this song.
And the yoga pose.
Morning Asana by Londrell.
Filling my spirit with peace until it overflows. I start my mornings with breath and the yoga pose. Filling my spirit with love until I overdose. Yeah, my eyes closed. I'm in child's pose. I know life ain't perfect, but I smile though. Count my breath like 5, 4, 2, 1, and ride slow. Another day, a new vinyasa. With every breath, releasing all my problems, all my chakras. They so aligned. I'm so aligned. I'm so divine. Wake up in the morning and I celebrate. Say my prayers and then I meditate. Wake up in the morning, then I levitate. Do asana, pranayama, meditate. Wake up in the morning and I celebrate. Say my prayers and then I meditate. Wake up in the morning, then I levitate. Do a sauna, pranayama, meditate. I start my mornings with breath.
What up, Taylor?
And self-analysis. Giving thanks and gratitude to life and all of its challenges.
Anyway. But yeah. Those are the jams. This is the ultimate jam. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. This one got us through some hard times. Sound of all things in the universe. Yeah, Londrell is 2010 mixtape shit. All of his stuff is dope, and it's usually about yoga. Yeah, dude, every fucking song does need more flutes. Yeah, video game music. Elder Scrolls is good. I never played it. Here we go, boys. This is a good one. Right? Yeah, dude, this is a whenever I feel fucking stressed and I need some gratitude, I listen to this shit. Yeah, Cody the Sound Healer is fucking dope on flute. Oh yeah, Breath of the Wild soundtrack. I should bust Breath of the wait, what's the new one called? I didn't fully finish the second one. I should finish that. Yeah, we'll finish listening to it. This song is my fave. And dude, this is the kind of shit that we sing in our mantra class that, why the fuck hasn't it started? I'm gonna have to interrogate Sherry on Tuesday. Bunny hit 9/11 early, boys. You made a elote dip and Fritos? Like corn in fucking, like a dip? Like a mayonnaise fucking elote dip? Dude, that would be good. Alright, boys. Everybody zened out now? Oh. Mani Padme Hum.
All energy in the universe is neutral, timeless, dimensionless. Our own creativity and capacity for pattern recognition is the link between the microcosm and macrocosm, the timeless world of waves and the solid world of things. Observation is an act of creation through limitations inherent in thinking. We are creating the illusion of solidity, of things by labeling, by naming. The philosopher Kierkegaard said, "If you name me, you negate me. By giving me a name, a label, you negate all of the other things I could possibly be. You lock the particle into being a thing."
You know what the best is? Putting mantras on after having a fucking spiritual experience at a Dave Matthews concert on the drive home. Bro, it's the best.
By pinning it down, naming it. But at the same time, you are creating it, defining it to exist. Creativity is our highest nature.
Corn in a creamy cream cheese dip. And Fritos, bro. I haven't had Fritos forever, but that sounds amazing. Yeah, wait, what's the actual recipe though? With tajin? You put tahini in it, bro? That sound good.
With the creation of things comes time, which is what creates the illusion of solidity. Einstein was the first scientist to realize that what we think of as empty space is not nothing. It has properties. And intrinsic to the nature of space is nearly unfathomable amounts of energy. The renowned physicist Richard Feynman once said, "There is enough energy in a single cubic meter of space to boil all the oceans in the world." Advanced meditators know that in the stillness lies the greatest power. The Buddha had yet another term for the primary substance, what he termed kalpas, which are like tiny particles or wavelets that are arising and passing away trillions of times per second. Reality is, in this sense, like a series of frames in a holographic film camera, moving quickly so as to create the illusion of continuity. When consciousness becomes perfectly still, the illusion is understood, because it is consciousness itself that drives the illusion.
Oh, the atom. Did you see it? Fake ass shit.
In the ancient traditions of the East, it has been understood for thousands of years that all is vibration. Nada Brahma, the universe is sound. The word nada means sound or vibration.
Dude, Drifter John, we talked about the fucking, his throat knuckle. His throat, wait, what do we call it? His camel throat. I kind called it the camel throat. Oh. And more importantly, though, dude, did you notice that his ear was perfectly fine? Totally not shot with a fucking sniper bullet, obviously. I've also never been in a sniper incident. I've never dodged a bullet fast as Neo like Donald Trump. Dude, YouTube is being the ultimate fucking cuck right now.
In the ancient traditions of the East, it has been understood for thousands of years that all
I made fucking lasagna last night, so I'm gonna have lasagna again tonight.
is vibration.
And I got a bunch of weird melons from the weird fruit store on the corner by my yoga studio. One is called... Fuck, I forgot the name.
Nada Brahma. The universe is sound. The word nada
Hami melon, H-A-M-I.
means
Tastes
sound.
kind of like cantaloupe, but it's like... Well, every cantaloupe that I've fucking had this summer tastes like shit. So it tastes like what a good cantaloupe tastes like. Did I break it again? What, am I not allowed to pause? What the fuck is going on? Yeah, dude, I've had lasagna on the brain the last few days, if not weeks.
In the ancient traditions of the East, it has been understood for thousands of years that all is vibration. Nada Brahma. The universe is sound. The word nada means sound or vibration, and Brahma is the name for God. Brahma simultaneously is the universe and is the creator. The artist and the art are inseparable.
God sound.
In the Upanishads, one of the oldest human records from ancient India, it is said, Brahma the creator, sitting on a lotus, opens his eyes, and a world comes into being. Brahma closes his eyes, and a world goes out of being. Ancient mystics, yogis, and seers have maintained that there is a field at the root level of consciousness. The Akashic field, or the Akashic records, where all information, all experience, past, present, and future, exists now and always.
The word in Sanskrit for ether is Akasha.
It is this field or matrix from which all things arise, from subatomic particles to galaxies, stars, planets, and all life. You never see anything in its totality, because it is made up of layer upon layer of vibration, and it is constantly changing, exchanging information with Akasha. A tree is drinking in the sun, the air, the rain, the earth. A world of energy moves in and out of this thing we call a tree. When the thinking mind is still, then you see reality as it is.
This is kind of awesome, right? Everyone likes this.
All aspects together. The tree and the sky and the earth, the rain and the stars are not separate. Life and death, self and other, are not separate, just as the mountain and the valley are inseparable. In the Native American and other indigenous traditions, it is said that everything has spirit, which is simply another way of saying everything is connected to the one vibratory source. There is one consciousness, one field, one force that moves through all. This field is not happening around you. It is happening through you and happening as you.
This is what Thoth is always saying.
You are the you in universe. You are the eyes through which creation sees itself. When you wake from a dream, you realize that everything in the dream was you. You were creating it. So-called real life is no different. Everyone, everything is you. The one consciousness looking out of every eye. Under every rock. Within every particle. International researchers at CERN, the European Laboratory for Particle Physics, are searching for this field that extends throughout all things. But instead of looking within, they look to the outer physical world. Researchers at the CERN laboratory in Geneva, Switzerland, announced that they had found the Higgs boson, or the God particle. The Higgs boson experiments prove scientifically that an invisible energy field fills the vacuum of space. CERN's Large Hadron Collider consists of a ring 17 miles in circumference, in which two beams of particles race in opposite directions, converging and smashing together at nearly the speed of light. Scientists observe what comes out of the violent collisions. The standard model cannot account for how particles get their mass. Everything appears to be made of vibration, but there is no thing being vibrated. It is as if there has been an invisible dancer, a shadow, dancing hidden in the ballet of the universe. All the other dancers have always danced around this hidden dancer. We have observed the choreography of the dance, but until now we could not see that dancer. The so-called God particle, the properties of the base material of universe, the heart of all matter which would account for the unexplained mass and energy that drives the universe's expansion. But far from explaining the nature of the universe, the discovery of the Higgs boson simply presents an even greater mystery, revealing a universe that is more mysterious than we ever imagined. Science is approaching the threshold between consciousness and matter. The eye with which we look at the primordial field and the eye with which the field looks at us are one and the same. The German writer and luminary Wolfgang von Goethe said, "The wave is the primordial phenomenon which gave rise to the world." Cymatics is the study of visible sound. The word cymatics comes from the Greek root cyma, which means wave or vibration. One of the first Western scientists to seriously study wave phenomena was Ernst Chladni, a German musician and physicist who lived in...
You guys also know what I got when I went to the grocery store and got shit for lasagna? You know what I fuck with hard and kind of forgot how much I fuck with it? Butter pecan ice cream. Dude, that's... You know why I love it? It's because my grandma always had it when I was growing up, because my grandpa loved that shit. But dude, butter pecan. Some people, haters. Not me. Ooh, butter pecan's so good, right? Who backs me?
In the 18th century. Chladni discovered that when he spread sand on metal plates,
Good night,
and then vibrated the plates with a violin bow, the sand arranged itself into patterns. Different geometrical forms appear depending on the vibration produced. Chladni recorded an entire catalog of these shapes, and they are referred to as Chladni figures.
Ooh, that one's cool.
Many of these
Turtle.
patterns can be found throughout the natural world, such as the markings of the tortoise, or the spot patterns of a...
And dude, the way that fruits, it's the toroidal field. It's the way the fruits, like the inside of the fruit is laid out.
leopard.
Make a lasagna out of manicotti? Dude, that's some epic mealtime shit that we need to bring back. Absolutely. I love manicotti. Do a layer of manicotti, layer of stuffed shells. Then I'm gonna put my mom on blast, and I don't care how weird and white trash you guys think it is. I put my mom always used to put a layer of cottage cheese on her lasagna, so I did it last night, and still fire.
Studying Chladni patterns or cymatic patterns is one secret way in which high-end guitar, violin, and other instrument makers...
My mom probably didn't know what ricotta cheese is at the time. My mom ate tacos after I did. My mom was so food sheltered, she literally ate tacos after she birthed me, and I was old enough for my aunt to be like, "Do you want to try tacos?" And then I was like, "Tacos are awesome." And then my mom was like, "Oh, I should try tacos." But anyway, so I think she used cottage cheese because she probably didn't know what ricotta cheese, or no, she probably literally thought ricotta cheese is cottage cheese. It's just the Italian name for cottage cheese. Oh, Italians do? Oh, all right, cool. Fuck yeah. But I kind of like that it stays in the little balls a little bit, you know? It's a nice little something to take a little nibble of. Anyway.
Determine the sound
Gotta
qualities
stretch
of the
again.
instruments they
Stand by.
make.
Let me pack the ball now.
Hans Jenny expanded on Chladni's work in the 1960s, using various fluids and electronic amplification to generate sound frequencies, and coined the term cymatics. If you run simple sine waves through a dish of water, you can see patterns in the water. Depending on the frequency of the wave, different ripple patterns will appear. The higher the frequency, the more complex the pattern. These forms are repeatable, not random. The more you observe, the more you start to see how vibration arranges matter into complex forms from simple repeating waves. This water vibration has a pattern similar to a sunflower. Simply by changing the sound frequency, we get a different pattern. Water is a very mysterious substance. It is highly impressionable. That is, it can receive and hold on to vibration. Because of its high resonance capacity and sensitivity, and an inner readiness to resonate, the water responds instantaneously to all types of sonic waves. Vibrating water and earth make up the majority of mass in plants and animals. It is easy to observe how simple vibrations in water can create recognizable natural patterns. But as we add solids and increase the amplitude, things get even more interesting. Adding cornstarch to water, we get more complex phenomena.
Dude, this is how humans are formed.
Perhaps the principles of life itself can be observed as vibrations move the cornstarch blob into what appears to be a moving organism. The animating principle of the universe is described in every major religion, using words that reflect the understanding of that time in history. In the language of the Incas, the largest empire in pre-Columbian America, the word for human body is Alpa Camasca, which means literally animated earth.
Dude, it's true. Yeah, animated earth, animated mushroom people. Dude, yeah. That isn't that literally what we're all golems. We're all just animated earth that has a spark of life thrown in it.
Kabbalah, or Jewish mysticism, they talk about the divine name of God, the name that cannot be spoken. It cannot be spoken because it is a vibration that is everywhere. It is all words, all matter. Everything is the sacred word. The tetrahedron is the simplest shape that can exist in 3 dimensions. Something must have at least 4 points to have physical reality. The triangle structure is nature's only self-stabilizing pattern. In the Old Testament, the word tetragrammaton was often used to represent a certain manifestation of God. It was used when talking about the Word of God, or the special name of God, Logos or primordial word. The ancient civilizations knew that at the root structure of the universe was the tetrahedral shape. Out of this shape, nature exhibits a fundamental drive toward equilibrium, Shiva, while it also has a fundamental drive towards change, Shakti.
Yeah, Shiva and Shakti.
In the Bible, the Gospel of John usually reads, "In the beginning was the Word," but in the original text, the term used was logos. The Greek philosopher Heraclitus, who lived around 500 years before Christ, referred to the logos as something fundamentally unknowable, the origin of all repetition, pattern, and form. The Stoic philosophers who followed the teachings of Heraclitus identified the term with the divine animating principle pervading the universe. In Sufism, the logos is everywhere. and in all things. It is that out of which the unmanifest becomes manifest. In the Hindu tradition, Shiva Nataraja literally means Lord of the Dance. The whole cosmos dances to Shiva's drum. All is imbued or ensouled with the pulsation. Only as long as Shiva is dancing can the world
Logos is the observer? What, so is that us?
continue to evolve and change. Otherwise, it collapses back into nothingness. While Shiva is representative of our witnessing consciousness, Shakti is the substance or stuff of the world. While Shiva lies in meditation, Shakti tries to move him, to bring him into the dance. Like yin and yang, the dancer and the dance exist as one. Logos also means unconcealed truth. He who knows the Logos knows the truth. Many layers of concealment exist in the human world, as Akasha has been swirled into complex structures, concealing the source from itself. Like a divine game of hide and seek, we have been hiding for thousands of years, eventually forgetting about the game completely. We somehow forgot that there was anything to find.
1 minute warning.
In Buddhism, one is taught to directly perceive the Logos, the field of change, or impermanence within oneself through meditation. When you observe your inner world, you observe subtler and subtler sensations.
I can't forget if it's in my hands, right? Oh, okay. Cottage cheese on pasta is the best. Okay, great. Other people do this? Yeah, cottage cheese is elite. Okay, good. I thought everyone was going to be like, what the fuck? But yeah, honestly, I'll take cottage cheese over ricotta cheese. Cottage cheese. 9/11. Can't forget. It's got to be here pretty close, right? Here, wait, I'll play my other favorite. This is the ultimate bop. 9/11 time, boys. Good vibes only. Here we go. This one's called The Sun in September. Oh, it's the best. Flute. I'm a flute boy. Dude, when Jeff busts out the flute at a Dave concert, I lose my shit. Never forget, boys, 9/11. Happy 9/11, Paul. Come on the show. This one isn't really a mantra. This is just a vibe song. Sour cream in meat gravy, in lasagna, on pancakes with jam. Fuck yeah, dude. Sour cream on potato pancakes, latkes. I fuck with that too. Dude, I'm never forgetting 9/11 so hard right now, right? You can just see them towers, boy. Never forget, boys. It's like the Great Gatsby brothers. innovation workspace and Miro. Charlie Kirk, pretty please, would you come out of hiding? Come out of hiding, little Charlie, little Charlie, would you please come out of hiding from Quantico? Would you please come out and stop eating them motherfucking chicken tenders, pretty please? Little Charlie, would you please come out? Come out and play with me, little Charlie. Never forget, boys, it's Charlie. Little Charlie, would you play with me, please? Or Paul, would you text me back, pretty please? Charlie, would you play with me, please? Come on, little Charlie, come and play with the Knitwitches. Let's go, boys. Booch break. Oh, I think this is when it really starts cooking. Pretty please, Charlie, would you please come and dance with me and Paul? Would you like to go to a yoga class? Or maybe we could hike and climb a hill. Or if you're feeling brave, we could climb a mountain together. Would you please come and hang with me, pretty please, little Paul, please? Would you like a tea from me? Do you like the bird shirt? It says, if it flies, it spies. We love you, Paul. We love you, Paul. We love you, Paul. Would you please give me a little call? Pretty please, Paul. I see the universe in your eyes. I liked when you weren't dead. Your wife is really annoying. Doo-doo, Charlie. Yeah, this is still 9/11 break. Never forget, boys, we have to smoke for the towers. You gotta rip your bombs or you forgot. All those beautiful people, Larry Silverstein doomed to death. Namaste, boys. Namas freaking stay. Okay, well, let's get moving. That was a major delay, guys. Back to the show.
Sensations and energies
fucking-
as the mind becomes more concentrated
That was
and
crazy,
focused.
guys. I just blacked
Through
out.
the
What
direct
happened?
realization of anicca, or impermanence at the root level of sensation, one becomes free of attachment to transient external forms.
The chill vibes music track selection today has been great. Agreed. Noted. We'll play some more.
Once we realize there
All did 9/11. True.
is one vibratory field that is the common root of all religions, how can we say my religion? Or this is my primordial Om, my quantum field?
Is YouTube being a cuck for any of you guys right now? Because it's telling me that it's not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. This is the first time I'm seeing this. This is the first time I'm seeing this in like months, so let me know. They keep deleting comments? Hell yeah, nice. Nice. Oh, Wendy's fries dipped in Wendy's Frosty. Stop it. What's up, Dolly? What is it? Oh, Dull and Void. What up, dog? It's our quantum field. It's good on Twitch. Yeah, Twitch looks good to me. YouTube looks like it's going good. Maybe this thing just won't go away. It's just, maybe for a minute it wasn't receiving enough. Whatever. Dude, I fuck with chocolate Frosties, vanilla Frosties. If I had to have one flavor of ice cream for the rest of my life, you know what I'd pick? Vanilla. Vanilla fucking rules. Just plain vanilla. I mean, I like all the other stuff. I like all the wild flavors. Before I got the butter pecan, I like that mint chocolate chip. Not the Breyers kind. I mean, the Breyers kind's okay, but I like the fucking lime green kind with the little chips. And there's pretty much no ice cream that I wouldn't eat. But if I had to pick one for the rest of my life, I would definitely just pick vanilla. And that would be okay. That would be great, honestly. Yeah, coffee ice cream. But I like old people flavors too a lot. I like, what did I get before? Although the ice cream I got before that was orange creamsicle, which is kind of a little kid one, but I like getting a assortment, a flavor. Doing a sample-a-roni. Oh, vanilla bean? Now you're speaking my language. Cookies and cream? Oh, yeah. Sea salt caramel gelato Talenti? Yeah. I don't think there's any ice cream. What ice cream would I turn? Dude, you know what really fucks? Pistachio. Oh. All kinds of pistachio. Black cherry. Dude, right on time, right? It's 11 minutes past 9/11. Already talking about unlimited ice cream. Blue Moon ice cream. I never really liked Blue Moon until, well, at Madison, at the college, there's this ice cream place that's really good called Babcock, and they like make the ice cream there with the cows at the dairy school or whatever. And their Blue Moon is really good. Babcock ice cream was fucking dope. Rocky Road. Ooh, yeah, dude. Yeah, Rocky Road's an old person ice cream that rocks. Yeah, it's got to be lime green for that mint chocolate chip. And my dad would roll in his grave if I chose anything but chocolate. Like a life or death kind. Superman ice cream. Yeah, dude, ice cream is the best. Maple walnut is one of those old flavors. Black cherry. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, vanilla's the best because you could also add stuff to it. Chocolate with peanut butter is fire. That's what Skitter likes. Skitter likes. And chocolate syrup. Oh, lavender ice cream. That shit's good. There's a place in Atlanta that's called, like, I think it was called Girl's Name. I forget. But they had weirdo flavors like that, like lavender, and that was really good. It was subtle and nice. It was like like, dude, I think that's why I love vanilla too, because it's so good and it's kind of refreshing. It's not like heavy, you know, like sometimes you get like Cherry Garcia from Ben and Jerry's, and you obviously eat the whole fucking thing, and then you're like, oh, you know. Or you get the fucking brownie one, and there's no what, are you gonna stop halfway? No. So you eat the whole thing and you're like, but vanilla, you could eat a whole gallon of that shit and you'd be like, let's go, you know. Yeah, Peter Thiel eats black licorice ice cream. Oh, a pineapple Dole Whip? Get the frick out of here. Yes. Dude, I was literally thinking about a Dole Whip the other day. Oh, it was when me and Skitter were looking for an ice cream place after hiking a couple weeks ago. There was a sign that said, pineapple ice cream. And I was like, ooh, is that are they making fucking Dole Whips? But the place was closed. So I didn't get to
the
find out.
true crisis in our world is not social, political, or economic. Our crisis is a crisis of consciousness, an inability to directly experience our true nature.
Dirt cake with extra worms? Dude, let's go. We gotta stop celebrating 9/11, bro. The stream's gotten off the rails. By 9:20 every night, the stream has completely lost its mind. No, I'm not a black licorice hater. I could just see, like, but like as a favorite flavor, I'm like an enjoyer of it because it's weird. But it's not like vanilla. It's not like scratching that itch. Because it always leaves a weird aftertaste in your mouth after. It's only enjoyed while you're, like, currently have it in your mouth. And then after, it's like, bleh, you know? But, dude, these ice cream places have lost their fucking minds. It's like, dude, I saw... There was a thing, it was like a gallon of Breyers for $20. Then I just get whatever's on sale, but even that is like $6. What the fuck? Bro, literally I spent like $40 to get shit for lasagna. Like a bag of cheese is like $5.50. What in the fuck is going on? These fucking criminals, dude. What else did I get? Cottage cheese, like $4.50. Ricotta cheese, like $6. What the fuck? Bro, listen to this. The lasagna noodles, there was only one kind, and it was kind of like kind of fancy. It was $6 for fucking dried ass lasagna noodles. And I'm not even going to one of these dumbass corner stores. I'm going to fucking Food Bazaar. Yeah, what's bizarre is their fucking prices, bro. You can't walk out of a fucking grocery store. Literally, you get like a melon, it's like $8. These people are criminals. Anyway. And if you think about it, this is all Deb's fault. Absolutely, dude. Making lasagna is so damn expensive. The good thing is it'll last me for a couple more days, you know. It made a decent amount. But still, I'm like, bro, this should be fucking $20. It's like 6 ingredients. $40. I didn't even get anything cool. Just my butter pecan ice cream.
An inability to recognize this nature in everyone and in all things.
Peter Thiel eats endless candy corn year round. Yes.
In the Buddhist tradition, the Bodhisattva is a person.
That was a Seinfeld Habsburg-esque joke about Bizarre. That is the lowest compliment you could ever give me. Dude, you know what's funny is I've always couldn't stand Jerry Seinfeld, and I've always been like, why the fuck does everyone love Seinfeld? And I'm so glad. It's because I've got an impeccable intuition radar. I know these dudes are fucking hacks. They're all hacky dacks. All propped up by a bunch of menaces in the CIA. And then they date kids.
With an awakened Buddha nature. A bodhisattva vows to help to awaken every being in the universe.
Yeah, dude, ramen noodles now are like a fucking luxury item. These people are straight up criminals. Yeah, Peter Thiel hates the milk after the cereal. He does not drink it from the bowl. Dude, the cake place that... Have you guys ever heard of Milk Bar? It's where I usually get birthday cake. But their birthday cake, they literally, like, soak it in cereal milk. Well, they call it cereal milk. But they, like, soak milk in corn flakes in milk. And then they take the cornflakes out. And then they use that as the milk. And then they make milkshakes out of it. Get fucking wrecked, bro. Ooh, they make strawberry shortcake cakes. They make frickin'... I bet they got a pumpkin spice one right now. Their milkshakes are so good. If you guys ever heard of Christina Tozy, she's on she used to be on the Food Network and stuff. But damn, she could throw down, bro. Her bakery is no joke. She had this shit called crack pie, and now they changed it. I don't even know what they called it. They call it something lame, but it's basically just sugar, and it's so good. It's just like sugar and flour baked into a pie with graham crackers. And then they salt it a good amount, which is what makes it fire. Cereal milk is the rosin I just dabbed for 9/11. I did not say Siri, I said cereal milk. Siri just opened up like I was talking to her. I'm not talking to you now either. Stop. Close. Siri, close. Siri, close. Stop listening to me.
Realizing that there is only one consciousness.
Yeah, the cake place, Milk Bar. Bro, look, let's see what they got. Let's see. Oh, there's their birthday cake. Bro. Oh, see, they do got a pumpkin one. Shit. They ship this shit, too. I'm horrified to see what price these fucking cakes are this year. Dude, they used to be like $25 or something. I bet this shit's like $50 this year. $65? What the fuck? Oh my god. What the fuck, dude? Bro, this shit's crazy. Even for locals, bro? What the fuck? This is not cool, bro. Under $50, you can't even get Hopefully this is just for shipping. For locals, you're going to charge $65? Get the fuck out of here. Dude, I knew it was going to be bad. I didn't think it would be that bad. Price of milk bar cakes over the years. Bro, I swear to fuck. This is crazy. Christina Tosi got taken over by private equity. Yeah, dude, literally everything is so expensive right now. They're literally trying to bleed us dry. It's nuts. Oh, but you guys want to see what's on the frickin'... You want to see what's in the cake? Okay, which kind? Okay, they've got pumpkin coffee cake. That's amazing. $65. Unbelievable. They don't have like a little thing about it? Anyway, it's fucking awesome. All the cake is kind of soaked in the cereal milk a little bit, I think. And then they make incredible milkshakes. Dude, I bet the milkshakes are like $18. Hold on. These fucking people are criminals. What? They don't have the... Oh yeah, this used to be called the crack pie, but now it's milk bar pie. Chocolate peanut butter crunch pie. And $58 for a pie? You're fucking crazed, dude. They 9/11'd milk bar. Man, we can't have anything anymore, bro. Like, they're taking away all of our treats. But it does look delicious, right? Wait, I want to see this. I wish they had the strawberry shortcake pie. Oh, am I adding these to a cart? Let's go. Fan favorite cake is back for a limited time. Vanilla cake and layer it with cinnamon goo. Yes, it's a thing. Crunchy cinnamon streusel, pumpkin cheesecake filling, and pumpkin frosting. Then top this beauty with the best part of coffee cake. Fuck. Heaps of coffee cake topping. Well, it better be for $65. Honestly, that doesn't look like heaps, though. It honestly could use a whole fucking mound. It should be domed at the top. It should be like 3 inches of that. Dude, this is honestly very spare. It's sparse. Like, why isn't it a layer? What is this shit? It's one thing to do this, but don't be advertising it as... What did they say? Heaps? Would you describe this layer here as heaps? What the frick? Where do they get off, dude? Anyway.
To awaken one's true self, one must awaken all beings. There are innumerable sentient beings in the universe. I vow to help them all to awaken. My imperfections are inexhaustible. I vow to overcome them all. The Dharma is unknowable. I vow to know it. The way of awakening is unattainable. I vow to attain it.
Yeah, what does happen when the money is sucked dry from the masses? I wonder. Like, dude, really, that's what they're doing, right? I mean, dude, at McDonald's, the McDouble, I just saw a TikTok that was saying the McDouble is $4.19. That shit used to be the dollar menu. Do they even have a dollar menu anymore? How fucked? How cucked? You remember when you could go to Taco Bell for less, like, dude, you could literally get everything on the Taco Bell menu for like $24. Now that's like the cost of a fucking cheese quesadilla. They're literally like $7. These people are criminals.
The Pythagorean philosopher Plato hinted enigmatically that there was a golden key that unified all of the mysteries of the universe. It is this golden key that we will return to time and again throughout our exploration. The golden key is the intelligence of the Logos, the source of the primordial Om. One could say that it is the mind of God. With our limited senses, we are observing only the outer manifestation of the hidden mechanics of self-similarity. The source of this divine symmetry is the greatest mystery of our existence. Many of history's monumental thinkers, such as Pythagoras, Kepler, Leonardo da Vinci, Tesla, and Einstein, have come to the threshold of the mystery. Einstein said, "The most beautiful thing we can experience is the mysterious. It is the source of all true art and science. He to whom this emotion is a stranger, who can no longer pause to wonder and stand wrapped in awe, is as good as dead. His eyes are closed." We are in the position of a little child entering a huge library filled with books in many different languages. The child knows someone must have written those books. It does not know how. It does not understand the languages in which they are written. The child dimly suspects a mysterious order in the arrangement of the books, but doesn't know what it is. That, it seems to me, is the attitude of even the most intelligent human being toward God.
Yeah, dude, that's the worst part is they ruined McDonald's. I haven't had it in years either, but I'm gonna say it. I miss McDonald's. I do. I miss when it was real food and it was, dude, you could get a fucking McDouble for $1. Bro, I used to get 4 McDoubles on the way to my shop and just spend $4 and be so happy. And now it's like, why are they doing this to us? We can't even have our treats, bro. It's literally like they're trying to make us go into chaos goblin mode. They're trying to bleed us dry. Yeah, everyone, I heard Costco's prices are going crazy too. Like, literally nowhere is, you can't get, you can't do anything. Everything's so expensive. I just spent $18 at Taco Bell. What the fuck, dude? What'd you get? Probably a cheesy bean and rice burrito and 1 soft shell taco. Bro, I'm telling you, the prices at Taco Bell in New York is $4.19 for a fucking soft shell taco. What the fuck? Are you kidding? You're nuts. What has possessed these people?
We see a universe marvelously arranged and obeying certain laws. Our limited minds cannot grasp the mysterious force that moves the constellations. Every scientist who looks deeply into the universe, and every mystic who looks deeply within the self, eventually comes face to face with the same thing. The primordial spiral.
Yeah, how much is a McGriddle now? It's probably $8. The everyday man can't afford a McGriddle. What are they doing? Joe Plumber hasn't had a fucking McGriddle in 3 years. Y'all start trying to cause a riot? There are more private equity firms than McDonald's locations? Is that fucking true, dude? That's horrifying. Like, dude, these private equity people, like, they know that the pattern is buy the thing, gut it, bankrupt it, and fucking get out. And they literally ruin everything. They're currently ruining Jersey Mike's, which is like, doesn't everyone in New Jersey like love Jersey Mike's, and they're fucking ruining it? They're like just downsized all the sandwich, all the bread rolls. They're all smaller. Everything's more expensive. Like, these private equity goons literally buy this shit with the intention of bankrupting it and gutting it and selling it for parts. They're so soulless, bro. Like, these people don't eat at Jersey Mike's. You know what I mean? Yeah, they're ruining Jersey Mike's. A McGriddle's seriously over $5? It's gotta be, dude. Of course it is. What's Whack Arnold's? Yeah, hash browns, 2 something a piece. What's wrong with these bitches? Yeah, they gutted Red Lobster. Yeah, so there's no taxes on your gains if you short or bet stock will go down if the company goes bankrupt. So you can profit tens of millions of destroying a business, and it will be tax-free. Soulless. And then we are down Jersey Mike's. And then we don't have a Red Lobster anymore. Dude, literally at the end of this, it's just going to be, the internet is going to be run by McDonald's, and that's going to be the only option to eat. Oh, Whack Arnold's is what Dave Chappelle called McDonald's. That's right, that's right.
Years before the creation of the ancient observatory at Stonehenge, the spiral was a predominant symbol on Earth. Ancient spirals can be found in all parts of the globe. Thousands of ancient spirals such as these can be found all over Europe, North America and New Mexico, Utah, Australia, China, Russia, virtually every indigenous culture on Earth. The ancient spirals symbolize growth, expansion, and cosmic energy embodied within the sun and the heavens. The spiral form is mirroring the macrocosm of the unfolding universe itself. In native traditions, the spiral was the energetic source, the primordial mother. The Neolithic spirals at Newgrange, Ireland date back 5,000 years. They are 500 years older than the Great Pyramid of Giza, and they are just as enigmatic to modern observers. The spiral goes back to a time in history when humans were more connected to the Earth, to the cycles and spirals of nature, a time when humans were less identified with thoughts. The spiral is what we perceive to be the torque of the universe. Prana, or creative force, swirls Akasha into a continuum of solid forms. Found at all levels between the macrocosm and the microcosm, from spiral galaxies to weather systems, to the water in your bathtub, to your DNA.
Yeah, Barry. Oh no, that reality seems so possible, to be honest. McDonald's internet, McDonald's streaming service, McDonald's meals only, outside time only to ride a moving sidewalk to the bank, to the McDonald's bank. Anyone here smoking crypto yet?
To the direct experience of your own energy.
Well, dude, that's the thing, is like, half of me fasting and stuff is, at this point, it's like financial. Right? Like, you can't afford to have 3 meals a day anymore. We've got to get into fasting. It's crazy how much, literally all money just goes to rent and food. That's it. That's it. It's fucking it. Forever. They got us by the balls. They tricked us into food, so now we gotta untrick ourselves. Food isn't real. Food isn't real. We don't need it. Trying. Yeah, the feds are making their involuntary fasting.
The primordial spiral is not an idea, but rather that which makes all conditions and ideas possible. Various types of spirals and
Oh, hell yeah. Every time I tune in, you're watching the most base stuff. Love it. Good. Sometimes I worry that we're just watching the same nonsense, and I am self-conscious about it, so glad you think so.
are found throughout the natural world. Snails. Sea coral.
What the frick is that, dude? Look at that. The world's incredible.
Spiderwebs. Fossils.
Yeah, I fuck with anything spinach.
Seahorses' tails. And shells. Many spirals appearing in nature are observable as logarithmic spirals, or growth spirals. As you move out from the center, the spiral sections get exponentially larger. Like Indra's net of jewels, logarithmic spirals are self-similar, or holographic.
Yeah, no, food does fuck, though. Food rules. I am glad that I just kind of stick to like one meal a day, though, because the constant slog of figuring out meals and like making them 3 times a day is too much. I like the one time. That's working for me.
Such that the characteristics of every part are reflected in the whole. 2,400 years ago in ancient Greece, Plato considered continuous geometric proportion to be the most profound cosmic bond. The golden ratio, or divine proportion, was nature's greatest secret. The golden ratio can be expressed as the ratio of A plus B to A is the same as the ratio of A to B. To Plato, the world's soul binds together into one harmonic resonance. The same pentagonal pattern that exists in a starfish or in a slice of okra can be seen in the path of the planet Venus, traced in the night sky over an 8-year period.
Dude, I'm convinced the universe, everything, it's all just music. It's just fucking music. It's the hum. All these planets, they're all different frequency. It's literally music. All of it. Fruit shapes, music. Hey, look at that.
The intelligible world of forms above and the visible world of material objects below through this principle of geometric self-similarity. From the self-similar spiral patterns of the Romanesco broccoli to the arms of galaxies, logarithmic spirals are a ubiquitous and archetypal pattern. Our own Milky Way galaxy has several spiral arms which are logarithmic spirals with a pitch of about 12 degrees. The greater the pitch of the spiral, the tighter the turns. When you observe a plant growing in time-lapse video, you witness it dancing with the spiral of life.
Bro, the craziest shit is growing mushrooms and seeing how fast they grow. Like, literally, they grow, like, a visible amount in a day. They're amazing. They're incredible. Their music. This is fucking music. Look, it's dancing.
A golden spiral is a logarithmic spiral that grows outward by a factor of the golden ratio. The golden ratio is a special.
This is literally what I was seeing when me and Skitter went hiking at this, like, it was the first one we were calling the Sasquatch Trail or whatever, or where I was hunting a Sasquatch. But we were like meditating on the top of this kind of dry waterfall, and we had this like little mini gorge to ourselves, and I was like doing yoga up there, and then I was meditating for like 20 minutes, and I'm convinced that I started having like a DMT thing, because I kind of had that taste in my mouth, like kind of tastes like mothballs almost. But then I was closing my eyes, and I started seeing the like bottom of a pine cone, which, you know, looks like that, spinning in front of my eyes. Like my eyes were closed, and then it made me think of the, you know, the statue of the dude holding the pine cone like this. You're like, what's he doing? I don't know, maybe he's doing this. DMT.
Special mathematical relationship that pops up over and over in nature. The pattern that is observable follows what is called the Fibonacci series, or Fibonacci sequence. The Fibonacci series unfolds such that each number is the sum of the previous two numbers. The German mathematician and astronomer Kepler discovered that self-similar spiral patterns are observable in the way leaves are arranged on stems of plants, or in the floret and petal arrangements of flowers. Leonardo da Vinci observed that the spacing of leaves was often in spiral patterns. These patterns are called phyllotaxis patterns, or leaf arrangement patterns. Phyllotaxis arrangements can be seen in self-organizing DNA nucleotides. And in everything from the family trees of reproducing rabbits, to pine cones, cacti, to snowflakes, and in simple organisms such as diatoms. Diatoms are one of the most common types of phytoplankton, single-celled organisms that provide food for countless species throughout the food chain. How much math do you need to know to be a sunflower or a bee? Nature doesn't consult the physics department to grow broccoli. The structuring in nature happens automatically. Scientists in the field of nanotechnology use the term self-assembly to describe the way complexes are formed, such as in the initial hexagonal phase of DNA formation. In nanotechnology engineering, carbon nanotubes are comprised of a similar arrangement of materials. Nature does this type of geometry over and over, effortlessly, automatically, without a calculator. Nature is precise and extremely efficient. According to the famous architect and author Buckminster Fuller, these patterns are a function of time-space. DNA and honeycomb are the shape that they are for the same reason a bubble is round. It is the most efficient shape, requiring the least amount of energy. Space itself has shape and allows only certain configurations for matter, always defaulting to what is most efficient. These patterns are the strongest and most efficient way to build architectural structures, such as geodesic domes.
Did you guys hear what Squeaks just did? He just attacked Mushka.
Logarithmic spiral patterns allow plants maximum exposure to insects for pollination,
What a cuck son sometimes.
maximum exposure to sunlight and rain, and allow them to efficiently spiral water towards their roots. Birds of prey use the logarithmic spiral pattern to stalk their next meal. Flying in a spiral is the most efficient way to hunt. One's ability to see the spiral of life dancing akasha into material form is related to one's ability to see beauty and symmetry in nature. Poet William Blake said, "The vegetative universe opens like a flower from the Earth's center, in which is eternity. It expands from stars to the mundane shell, and there it meets eternity again, both within and without." The study of patterns in nature is not something that is very familiar in the West. But in ancient China, this science was known as Li. Li reflects the dynamic order and pattern in nature. But it is not pattern thought of as something static, frozen, or unchanging, like a mosaic. It is dynamic pattern as embodied in all living things. The arteries of leaves, the markings of the tortoise and the vein patterns on rocks are all expressions of nature's secret language and art. The labyrinth is one of many Li patterns. It is found in coral structures, mushrooms like the morel, cabbages, and in the human brain. The cellular pattern is another common form in nature. There are a myriad of different cellular structures, but all have a similar orderliness defined by their purpose and function. It is easy to be mesmerized with the constant play of forms. But what is most interesting is that certain archetypal forms seem to be woven into the fabric of nature at all. The branching pattern is another Li pattern, or archetypal pattern, that is observable at all levels and all fractal scales.
What's a good way to heat up lasagna? Should I just cut it up and throw it in a skillet? That'd be kind of good. Like crisp up the bottom. Oh wait, I've heard of people doing fried lasagna, right? Or no, it's not like fried, but they cut it into a rectangle and then they grill. Or is it grilled? Or a toaster? I don't have a toaster oven. I wish I did though. I guess I could just throw it in the oven. Yeah, I could put it in the oven. I'll just put it back in the oven.
Take, for example, this incredible image of a supercomputer simulation known as the Millennium Run, showing the distribution of dark matter in the local universe. It was created by the Max Planck Society in Germany. Dark matter is essentially what we previously thought of as empty space. It is like an invisible nervous system that runs throughout the universe. The universe is literally like a giant brain. It is constantly thinking, using a type of dark or hidden energy that science is only starting to understand. Through this immense network, unfathomable energy moves, providing the momentum for the expansion and growth of the universe.
It's all the same, bro. As above, so below. We probably got little worms in our brain that are little people that
Nature
have a
creates
whole
branching patterns
civilization.
automatically when we set up the right conditions. Nature is an art-generating machine, or a beauty-creating engine. Here, electricity is being used to grow silver crystal branches. The footage is time-lapsed as they grow over several hours. The crystals form on the aluminum cathode as ions are electrodeposited from a silver nitrate solution. The formation is self-organizing. You are seeing artwork generated by nature itself. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe said, "Beauty is a manifestation of secret natural laws, which otherwise would have been hidden from us forever."
No toaster oven or air fryer. I've got a stove, a dumb microwave, which is what I'm avoiding. Yeah. I do feel like, Because I feel like sometimes reheating the lasagna, the problem is that it's like kind of not soggy, but like soft. So I kind of wonder if cutting it into like thin strips and kind of cooking it on a skillet might be cool. Might elevate it a little bit, you know? You never know. I might try a little piece like that.
In this sense, everything in nature is alive, self-organizing. When higher voltage is used, the fractal branching becomes even more obvious. This is happening in real time.
We are not the mind, but the conscious energy, the cosmic observer through which looking through the mind into reality. So is that like we are the plasma, we are the ether, and we're just using these like avatars to perceive it or something? Is that what the whole thing is? Is that once we understand that we are the, like, I feel like they keep saying you have to like understand that you are source or you are the creators. That's when you can manifest. That's when you can like shift reality or whatever. So do we have to realize that what? We're the ether? We're the plasma? We're the giant brain? Right? Ay caramba. I love that it's all just like a big paradox and none of it makes sense, but it all kind of does, and it all kind of sounds familiar at the same time. It's like something on the tip of your tongue where you're like, there's something here, but I don't really know. I don't get it. One of these days, I'm going to get it. I promise. Same concept, the thing analyzing the thoughts is behind the mind and sees through it. It thinks and feels and perceives itself through infinite minds and experiences throughout all of time and space.
In the human body, tree-like structures and patterns are found throughout. There are, of course, the nervous systems that Western medicine knows about. But in Chinese, Ayurvedic, and Tibetan medicine, the energy meridians are a central component to understanding how the body functions. The nadis, or energy meridians, form tree-like structures.
Yo, dude, this fucking documentary is going the fuck off. We're gonna watch the second part of this tomorrow.
A post-mortem examination will not reveal the chakras or the nadis, but that does not mean they do not exist. You need to refine your tool that you use to look. You must first learn to quiet your own mind. Only then you will observe these things first within yourself. In electrical theory, the less resistance in a wire, the more easily it can carry energy. When you cultivate equanimity through meditation, it creates a state of non-resistance in your body. Prana, or chi, or inner energy, is simply your inner aliveness. What you feel when you bring your consciousness within the body. The subtle wires within your body that carry prana, the nadis, become able to move more and more pranic energy through the chakras. Your wiring becomes stronger as you use it, as you allow energy to flow. Wherever consciousness is placed, chi or energy.
Dude, remember when I told you guys that I've been doing like double days? I've been trying to do double days all week, and I have been. But at the end of Monday's stream, when I was talking about it, I was like, I'm trying to find my edge, you know, like why I'm doing double days. I'm trying to push myself a little bit this week and, you know, see if I can deal with it. And honestly, dude, I feel less sore and stuff than when I just do one class. I mean, I have been doing like 2 to 3 2-a-day days in a week, but this week I think I'm on my 5th day or something. But it feels fucking awesome. And anyway, so I was saying that I am trying to find my edge. And dude, when I went to my night class last night, Sherry's like whole theme or whatever, she was like, tonight we're stretching the canvas and we're trying to find our edge. I was like, what the frick? Let's go. And she did. Dude, she did this whole fake out thing. Because it's basically, you know, you're like trying to push yourself to see a little more than you normally would, to kind of see that you always have a little more left in you than you think, right? So most of the people are always in the same class, and she kind of does the same exact pattern every week. But this week she kept adding shit on to the end of where we normally think we're done. And then she diabolically did it after the fucking, like, cooldown. The thing that's normally, like, our cooldown. And she had, like, another 5 minutes of this, like, hero pose. Like, a big finishing pose. And it was awesome, and it was diabolical. But it was, like, one of those, like, yeah, finding your edge, pushing yourself a little bit more than you can. But anyway, I feel like I be pushing big prana, boys. Big chi. Like, I don't know. Yoga's fucking awesome, dude. I love it a lot. Anyway. But yeah, I think that you can train your body to, like, harness more of it and use more of it and feel more I feel more energetic than ever. It's dope. I don't know. I think that was my point.
Will begin to flow and physical connections blossom. Within the brain and nervous system, physical wiring patterns become established by repetition. By continually placing your attention within and lowering resistance to the sensations you are experiencing, you increase your energetic capacity.
Nice cut.
In Taoism,
Nice
the yin-yang
match.
symbol represents the interpenetration of the spiral forces of nature. The yin-yang is not two.
Do you think Donald Trump's neck queefs? Dude, yeah, that that fuck, what did you call it again? Camel throat. Oh. Yeah, that camel throat. Dude, I bet it feels kind of nice, right? It's nice and soft. You guys are sick.
Not one. The ancient concept of the hara.
Do you think yoga maybe resonates your chi within yourself? Do you mean like... I mean, I think that it does crazy energetic things for the body. It's wild. But I believe in this naughty shit, these like 144,000 energy channels or whatever. It's funny, when you get like a pinch in your toe and you'll feel like the shock up to like your belly. Like that's kind of like what these meridians and stuff that yoga's always talking about. They're like energy lines throughout your body. And some of them are tied, I think all of them are like tied to seasons and different organs of your body. But yoga like stretches your fascia out, clears those energy channels, so you're able to push more energy through. Because I think that when in our like modern life, we're doing so little. Like, you know, we used to walk around and do shit, and now we're like, we just hop in a car and then sit on the couch and fucking, for the most part, most people aren't really doing anything, which is what the fucking lizards want, right? But yoga takes all that stagnant energy and lets it start flowing and stuff. So then you're able to, I think, subside on more like, yeah, air, energy, prana, sunlight. Because I definitely eat way less than I used to. And I'm doing way more physical activity than I've ever done, you know? So it's something. Or maybe your metabolism gets better. I don't know. But yeah, I am locked in on yoga. I swear to God, at the end of this, I'm going to learn how to levitate. I'm going to learn how to fly. I'm chasing something with yoga. I don't know what it is exactly yet, but there's something like really cool that I feel like eventually I'm going to unlock. And I'm going to tell everyone about it.
Is represented by a yin-yang, or spiral swirl. It is the power center located in the belly below the navel. Hara means literally sea or ocean of energy. In China, the hara is called the lower dantian. In many forms of Asian martial arts, the warrior with strong hara is said to be unstoppable. In the samurai tradition, one form of ritual suicide, or seppuku, was harakiri, was often mispronounced as harikiri. It means to impale one's hara, thereby cutting off one's chi or energy channel. Moving from this center.
Oh yeah, for sure, dude. We also do we also do some of that, like, what is it? Qigong shit, where you're like pushing energy to your hands and like heating them up and stuff. And then we pull them apart, and they don't really say this, but I am always trying to start fire in the middle of my hands. Remember when we watched that documentary of that guy who was like tensing his abdomen and literally lighting paper on fire? Like, dude, if he could do that, there's got to be a way to learn how to do that, right? So anytime we do stuff like that, I'm always like clenching my abs and trying to fucking think about sending like a lightning strike from my ab clench up through my arms and into the middle of my hands. Because I do think a lot of this shit is like visualization mixed with understanding how your energy channels in your body work. I feel like it's like the observer thing, where it's like you've got to understand that you are the thoughts, right? Is that what we are? We're the observer. We're the thinking thing. We're not this or no. Are we the brain? I don't know what the fuck we are. We 9/11 too close to the sun. But yeah, I think if we understand that our thoughts are real, especially when we all use them together, then I think we can start doing cool shit. And I'm saying I want to learn to levitate and also light shit on fire with my hands. Watch this. Nothing. Wouldn't that be fucking awesome if my mic lit on fire? I'm going to practice. I'll practice on it. David Blaine will have nothing on that shit. All right, let's get to our hour mark so
Creates
we
the
can wrap
grounded,
up.
graceful movement that you see not only in martial arts, but in great golfers.
Oh yeah, I've done the aluminum foil. I can get it to spin and stuff. That's kind of trippy because it feels like it's real. It's definitely something. It's like indicating that your body at the very least is creating like a magnetic field that's spinning it, right? Yeah, dude, I want fucking powers. Although in my yoga book, I'm reading this book, Hatha Yoga, which is about like a kind of discipline of yoga. But they say once that if you practice Hatha Yoga, eventually there will come a point where you unlock your special ability, and most people want to tell everyone about their special ability, but it always ends with you exploiting it for gain and leading to your downfall. So the best practice would be to not tell people your special ability, which is like, what's the fucking point then? What, am I going to have invisibility and creep around like the Invisible Man? No. I want to light shit on fire with my hands and chase Stephen Miller around.
Belly dancers. And Sufi whirling dervishes. It is the cultivation of single-pointed, disciplined consciousness that is the essence of Hara, the stillness in the eye of the hurricane.
Yeah, dude, we gotta spin more.
It is the gut instinct in connection to one's energy source. A person with good hara is connected to the earth and to the intuitive wisdom that connects all beings. To think with your belly, hara dekanganase, is to tap into your inner wisdom. The ancient Australian Aborigines concentrated on the same area.
Ooh, I like that. Based Alaskan said, it feels like humanity is the earth trying to have self-awareness, so maybe we are the brain. Yeah, I like that.
Below the navel, where the cord of the great rainbow serpent lay coiled. Again, a representation of the evolutionary energy in humankind. It is no accident that it is in the hara where new life begins.
Dude, this doc rules. We're definitely finishing this tomorrow.
The enteric nervous system, sometimes referred to as the gut brain, is capable of maintaining a complex matrix of connections similar to the brain in the head, with its own neurons and neurotransmitters. It can act autonomously.
My powers include immortality and infinite knowledge and wisdom. I'm just choosing to live this life right now for fun. Same, bro.
That is, with its own intelligence. You could say that the gut brain is a fractal version of the head brain, or perhaps the head brain is a fractal version of the gut brain. A healthy bear has strong hara. When a bear knows where to forage for herbs, it follows the movement of chi through its senses, centered in the hara or belly. This is the bear's connection to the dream lodge, the place in native traditions where all knowledge comes from, to the spiral of life. But how did ancient peoples know about the spiral, if modern science is just now starting to recognize its significance? Ask the bees, for they have not forgotten how to love. Bees have a special connection to the source, as part of a symbiotic system, helping beauty and diversity to flourish. They are a bridge between the macrocosm and the microcosm. There is one heart that connects all.
Yeah, I would definitely tell people, because I want everyone to know how cool this spirituality shit is, so that we can all get on with changing the reality together, you know? I'm bought in. It's time for us to do some fucking miracles, you know what I mean? We all gotta manifest a crystal palace or something together. Come on, we could do that. How many people do you think you need for that? Couple hundred? Couple hundred people, take a little dabble-do of mushies, dance around, sing songs, spin, focus intention on building a collective pyramid out of the earth. Sounds pretty cool.
A hive mind, if you will. Like an open brain,
dancing.
the hive sends out its dreams into the world to be manifested.
I like that.
In nature, many creatures know how to act in unison, to move with one spirit, one direction.
Yeah, dude, birds doing this is so awesome. Sometimes you just know how to roam with your homies, you know? What the fuck? Let's go. Fish tornado.
But not all benefit the other species around them. For example, the locust will devour everything in its path. A locust has no choice but to act like a locust. It will never make honey or pollinate plants the way a bee does. A locust's behavior is rigid, but a human is unique in that we can act like a bee or we can act like a locust. We are free to change and manipulate the patterns of how we interact with the world. We can exist symbiotically or as a parasite.
Not me, baby.
Today, humans try to understand the spiral with a rational mind. But it was never thinking that connected us to the spiral of life.
What's your favorite?
We have always been connected. Thinking has been what keeps us in the illusion of separateness, within our own identities.
Yeah.
Thinking is the creation of separateness.
Stop thinking.
The experience of limitation. The more we align with thought, the more removed we become from the source.
Stop
Ancient cultures
thinking.
that were less thought-oriented aligned themselves with the spiral in a more direct and personal way than we do today.
Yo, this documentary fucking rules, bro. We're gonna
In
wrap
ancient
up in a
India,
second, though.
Kundalini is a representation of one's inner energy, which moves in snake-like or helix-like pattern up the spine. In the ancient yogic traditions of India, the inner worlds of people at that time were comparable to those of Hara-centered cultures. To balance the power of the spiral with the stillness of your witnessing consciousness is to align with your full evolutionary potential, to blossom into the unique multifaceted being you were designed to be. Ida, the feminine or moon channel, is connected to the right brain, and Pingala, the masculine or sun channel, connected to the left brain. When these two channels are in balance, energy flows up a third channel, Sushumna, along the center of the spine, energizing the chakras and unlocking one's full evolutionary potential. The word chakra is an ancient Sanskrit word meaning energy wheel. Kundalini is nothing less than the primordial spiral that dances your human life into existence. It is a different order of energy than we normally understand, like a bridge from gross matter to the most subtle energies. You are that bridge. Kundalini is not energy that can be forced by will, effort, and friction. It is analogous to growing a flower. All we can do as good gardeners is prepare the soil in proper conditions and let nature take its course. If you force a flower to open prematurely, you will destroy it. It grows with its own intelligence, with its own self-organizing direction. The egoic mind, which fixates on the outer world, is what keeps you from experiencing your true.
This doc is called Inner Worlds, Outer Worlds. And there's the link. I just shared it.
Inner vibratory nature. When consciousness is turned within, it becomes like the sun's rays, and the lotus within begins to grow. As Kundalini awakens within oneself, one begins to see the signature of the spiral in all things, in all patterns within and without. This spiral is the link between our inner worlds and our outer worlds.
Alright, this is probably a good pause. Yeah. Alright, boys. This is where we're going to wrap it up for tonight. goddamn. I said, goddamn. Actually, you know what? We haven't done Cuck Moon in a while. Good night, dudes. Here we go. We're gonna breathe in through your nose. In. Feel the air coil up into your chest and belly. And exhale. Breathe in. I sing like Hugh Jackman. And how could you possibly meditate during this stream, right? The still point of creation. Close your eyes, beloved travelers of the inner and outer world. Let that breath draw in through the nose. A thread of light. And let it pour down into your heart. Feel it ripple through the body like a current returning home. Everything you touch, every rock, every breeze, every star in the night sky is born from the same stillness that rests beneath your heartbeat. The outer world is not separate from your inner world. They move together. They inhale and exhale. The ancient ones called this stillness Akasha, the field before form, the quiet hum of the universe holding all potential. When you breathe deeply and when you listen between thoughts, you are remembering that field. From that stillness, creation flows. Thought becomes sound, sound becomes light, light becomes matter, matter becomes life, and now, through you, stillness becomes awareness. Feel the breath spread like mycelium through the earth, like constellations through the cosmos. You are the bridge between the heavens and the soil, between what dreams and what is dreamed. Take one more breath into your heart and offer it to the world around you. Let it echo into every cell, every star, and every spark of consciousness. And as you exhale, whisper to yourself, inner world, outer world, one breath, one being. Swim like the dolphins, boys. But good night, Taylor. Take your loss, Paul. You can't come back to Tim. I'm my mama. This is healing Paul's drama.
Got a gene spirit, finna
Take 'em to Nirvana, boys.
Good
Good night. We'll see you tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow, bitch. We'll see you tomorrow.
You can't come back from this.
Take your loss, Paul. Big old idiot.
Till you lost Paul, bells showing all your little skin. Take your loss, Paul. You can't go back to Tim. After yoga and my breath
and the mushies.
Baby, if I'm lucky,
then a couple try to fuck me.
I'm not basketball player size,
but I'm handsome.
Maybe Mendez will wanna hold me for ransom. I don't have a bike, but I might take a job, something light, loving life, chilling with my headphones on. I asked Cat Dad
how much a ticket costs. Didn't answer, doesn't matter. Still your daddy and your boss.
My mama, this is healing Paul's trauma.
See y'all. Have a good night, boys. Thanks for hanging out.
Stacking commas that be up causing drama.
Causing drama, bitch. They causing drama, bitch. Always causing drama, bitch.
You can't come back from this. Till you lost Paul.
Good night, dudes.
And protect your chin. Till you lost Paul, bells showing all your little skin. Take your lost Paul, you can't go back to Tim. Now, yesterday, Paul,
take a L. Yesterday, Paul, go to hell. If you see me in some blue jeans, I'm in myself. Paul saw me in some blue jeans and nutted on himself.
Chilling on the couch,
chilling like JD Vance. If you really wanna dance, Paul, now is your chance, Paul. You're the damn man, Paul. Let's have a damn standoff. It's not in your jeans, Paul. It's time to take your pants off.
My mama, this is healing Paul's trauma. Got a gene spirit, finna take him to Nirvana. It was first stacking commas that be up because of drama. Now the drug is marijuana. Cooks will say I got a problem.
Paul left me on fucking red. Paul, don't you ever let it get to your head. Paul, give me a text, or this is gonna be the end, Paul. Good night, boys. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for hanging. 10 out of 10. Good show. Flavor bombs. Hell yeah. Flavor bombs like the World Trade Center, right? Nice. That's a big old flavor bomb. Uh-oh. Black Death got me.
Don't you see what takes to be a shitty person? Souls are bargain, karma's coming, and it's sure to be a burden. So timid boy,
timid boy.
Plan to get some downtime, greeted with picket signs. Every time you go outside, he'll be a good boy and roll over when he gets the call. Is it Tim? Is it him?
Tim McVeigh or is it Paul?
It's the chin, guess again. It's the chin, guess again. It's those big goofy fat ears that are always listening. In the wind, haunted by a constant list of things that he's figuring on kids playing on Xboxes, tweeting and twitting.
These goddamn kids on Xboxes tweeting and twitting.
Just try to keep the public safe, but I can't keep my story straight. They might all see my puppet face, don't know what to say, like they bug my place. Just try to keep the public safe, but I can't keep my story straight. They might all see my puppet face, don't know what to say, like they bug my place. Oh, don't you see what it takes to be a piece of trash? Try to go to sleep and breathing by an egregious past. So, Polly boy, how do you plan on getting right now? Vampire by night, but Veneers got you scared to bite down. He'll be a good boy, roll over when he gets the call. Is it Tim? Is it him? Tim McVeigh or is it Paul? It's the chin. Yes again. It's the chin.
Yes again, Paul.
It's those big
goofy fat ears.
Always listen. In the wind, haunted by a constant list of things. He keeps forgetting when kids bang on the Xboxes.
Tweeting and twit. Banging on their Xboxes.
Trying to keep the public safe, but I can't keep my story straight. They might all see my public face, don't know what to say, but they bug my place. We just try
Another
to keep the
soft
public safe,
10
but
o'clock
I can't
landing.
keep my story straight. They might all see my public face, don't know what to say, but they bug my face. Don't you see the type of people the FBI's recruiting? Almost makes you question the narratives every time there's a shooting.
The FBI isn't real.
They get all so time consuming with a little mind control. Even the sky's an illusion. We'll be some good boys and roll up when we get the call. Is it Tim? Is it him? Tim McVeigh or is it Paul? It's the champ. Yes again. It's the champ. Yes again. It's those big goofy fettiers always listening. In the wind, want to buy a console, list of things. Keeps forgetting the kids bang on the Xboxes, tweeting and tweeting.
Banging on the Xboxes, tweeting and tweeting.
Just trying to keep the public safe, but I can't keep my
Next stream is tomorrow, 6 p.m., buddy.
all see my public face. Trying to keep the public safe. Stay out of the FBI's fucking way. Because someone's right in their ugly face. You even know how much we'll pay. We don't create shit, so don't ask how much we make.
Yeah, fuck you, Paul.
You like that?
Screw you, Paul.
Is Timothy McVeigh Paul Wysopal? I don't know.
They both ugly.
If I had to guess,
They both
yeah.
ugly. Fuck yeah.
Fat cuck.
Alright. Love you guys. Have a good night. Bye. I know, that chin is fucking scary. Alright, boys. I'll let you know how lasagna experiment goes.